times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to a hive swiftly gather, Jah children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free, advance to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to
Yes, sir. Welcome in, welcome in. Uh, Welcome to another episode of our story. And we have a wonderful evening, finishing off on some topics, getting some more details from last strong. Have some good details about what we got going on in Ghana and how we can work towards getting ourselves into a mode that we may carve for ourselves a wonderful spot in this future. And this evening, we'll have another wonderful time. Minister Ras Lazarus and also Ras Cypher as well to chime in some important gems for the people. And at this time, Ras Cypher, is the eye available to do the prayer?
Yes, I. Giving thanks.
All right, give time.
Baruch atah b'wol women feskedu sahadu amlak kodamawi highly selassie siomixia. And I pray that the light of Kodamawi Haile Selassie will shine on I and I this night. That Kodamawi Haile Selassie will bless our works and our words, and that the ones and ones who come forward are able to receive and take in a full blessing from His Imperial Majesty. Before this is His Majesty's work, and we give thanks, for it is through His Majesty that everything is made possible. We say, let the hungry be fed, the infants cared for, the aged protected, and let the love and light, life, and liberation come forward as our guiding nucleus to lead I and I forward in the light of Kodamari Haile Selassie. We give thanks for the Ethiopian World Federation every time. We give thanks for the Mahel Seferi and ones who come forward in the Mahel Seferi to gain the knowledge and wisdom which we try and bring forth. May Jah guide and bless I and I, be a lamp unto I and I feet and a light unto I and I path. Haile I, Selassie I. Jah, Rastafari, Kodamari Haile Selassie, Siunik Thiabi. I. Yes, sir, give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. Just wanted to touch on a few things before we get started. We got a few things going on. This Saturday, we have an event that is the Savannah Black Market in Savannah, Georgia, over on the 14th. That's over here in Georgetown. This is the neighborhood cookout, Georgetown neighborhood cookout on the 14th, this Saturday, coming up. Also, we have the convention tickets for South Africa as well. The time is still going on to get you a ticket with this raffle of just $50. You can fly to South Africa to visit for the conference if you're a EWF member. Also, we have Dr. Umar Johnson giving a talk in South Africa as well before the convention for our biannual health summit. So definitely good event to witness and partake in. So definitely look out for that. Another thing too, we have our repatriation efforts with the Exodus Project. We are pushing to have an event coming soon for the summertime. So look out for that with our in-depth information at times, and then just browsing through as well. So look out for that. Also, as well, definitely check us out for shea butter. If anybody needs shea butter, organic shea butter straight from the continent, from the royal peoples. That is with Ghana. Definitely check us out with that. Check us out. All right. And we're looking to have a wonderful evening. We're going to have a good time, looking to learn some knowledge. And we have Minister Lazarus with us this evening once again. And definitely check out his book, Temple Building, book 10, most recent one. Definitely check that out. And also, we have our story t-shirts as well on sale at local 49 Tees that printified. So definitely check us out and hope we have a wonderful evening as we begin. Negusa Salam. Welcome in.
The good salam. Yes, I give thanks. I will begin by reading an excerpt from His Imperial Majesty and also something from Brother Baba Ashby from the Kemetic Yoga teachings. His Imperial Majesty Ali Selassie, speech to the Parliament, November the 2nd, date on, I'll give you the date. His Imperial Majesty is with Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and his words are spoken. History, serving as the guide to the future, clearly demonstrates that there is no more useful instrument for the attainment of Ethiopia's high objectives than education. To see our unceasing efforts for the promotion of education, upon which depends the future of our country, achieving commendable results is for us a crowning joy. Time has demonstrated that those Africans who believe that the existence of an independent Ethiopia would open the doors to freedom for all of Africa were not mistaken in their beliefs. The family of independent nations in Africa is today growing apace, and no power on earth can now arrest this process. It would be an irremediable error deserving of condemnation of both history and our nation were we to fail to seize upon this movement towards the achievement of independence and equality for all men, and to carry it successfully to its conclusion. He who would efface the sacred works of the Almighty Jah Rastafari. He who would abuse the mysteries of the Almighty Jah Rastafari. Creations and discriminate between man, whom Jah created equal on the basis of color, race, or creed, calls down upon himself disaster and ruin. Let no one forget that Africans differ from no other people in the world. They love those that love them, dislike those by whom they are disliked, and are jealous guardians of their freedom. In these days of crisis, it behoves all nations desiring the preservation of peace in the world and the promotion of human welfare to unite their forces and to work together in a spirit of mutual trust and brotherly goodwill. The spirit of subversion, which, while long active in the world, had not manifested itself too obviously, has lately increased its activities, both secretly and openly. When a nation is vanquished It is not only due to direct aggression from without, but also through the instrumentality of weak-spirited men within the nation who have been subverted by foreign influences. An Ethiopian must always be an Ethiopian, both in word and deed. The greatness of nations depends upon such a spirit, loyalty. We pray that Jah Almighty may, in his boundless mercy, ever assist us in the great task which we have undertaken. We are called to a great work. And education is one of the greatest instruments that we can use at our disposal. So we have to ever be seeking knowledge so that we can forever be giving knowledge to our people for the development of their tomorrow. We can neither slumber nor sleep when the nation calls us to stand firm. I will read one last thing and then we'll start our discussion. What is Ra in relation to the Anuian theurgy or theology? Is he a supreme being or a god? Answer: Ra in time and space is the personality, best the icon or image that the supreme being, Nebuchadnezzar, has assumed, delegated to complete the work of creation of time and space. Specific creator aspects is Khepri or Khepera, the sustaining aspect of Ra, and the dissolving aspect of Tem. Those three are aspects of the one singular divinity when it manifests in time and space, and this trinity engenders and oversees creation through the other lower divinities. When the supreme divinity is not manifesting in time and space, we call it Nebuchadnezzar or Mehatur or Net and Ra. Is like a part of Nebuchadnezzar that has taken a form, become the delegate employed, and shall we say the minister of the supreme and all-encompassing being of Nebuchadnezzar. And Nebuchadnezzar is a transcendental being, or Meharu or Herukahuti, and Nun, as they say, Joshua, the son of Nun. And Nun is another name which we may think of even more transcendental in sense, because Nun does not give you so much an idea of personality, gender, or form. Even though there's a picture of Nun, really Nun is undifferentiated matter, which has no form. It is abstract. The form is from the lesser advanced minds. But when you start thinking of Nun with an advanced perspective, you start thinking of an expansive, transcendental, undifferentiated waters, formless waters. But within these formless waters, there is a singular transcendental consciousness. And when that consciousness takes on a personality, meaning that that part of the undifferentiated matter takes on a differentiated shape, which human beings call God, that is the beginning of time and space in the form and of Ra. This teaching is supported by the myth of Ra and Aset, where it is asserted that Ra is not the real name of the divinity, underlining Ra is merely a front, if you will, a mass that appears in time, space, but which is transcendent. When we move to the absolute, when we discover the true and unspoken name of Ra, more will be given on this when we discuss the principles of Ra in future lessons. Do all divinities have different aspects? Yes,
For the most part, they all have different aspects of parts, and some more concrete while others are subtler. They also have some aspects that are more important than others, or rather, we may say that some are more dynamic, while others are more passive or more mundane aspects, and some more important for the aspirants at different levels. When the certain teachings are learned at different levels of spiritual evolution, and perhaps Heru has the more aspect of forms. So there is stories of science that our ancestors left us, and the perspective could be given that they were speaking of religion, but they weren't. And so we have to dig a little deeper. So we'll begin digging a little deeper, and we'll go into this next stage. So our topic today is still the character, the name Balaam or Balaam. And we want to show in this aspect Star King knowledge and what it really meant in ancient times, what was going on. So give us a moment. We're going to go into a deep little step. But as His Majesty said, education is our key for uplifting our nation. The studies are not to lift one religion above the other, but to make us see our oneness so that we can get over the divisions and really see the science of our oneness and all of the teachings. So do not be disturbed by things that may call you to a certain perspective. It does not take away from your faith or your belief. It is only giving you something to build in your strength. So let's go into Balaam. So let's start.
In today's video, I'll answer your question, who was Balaam in the Bible? Then afterwards, as always, I'll share some helpful resources, so stick around until the end. Balaam was a wicked prophet in the Bible, and is noteworthy because, although he was a wicked prophet, he was not a false prophet. That is, Balaam did hear from God, and God did give him some true prophecies to speak. However, Balaam's heart was not right with God, and eventually he showed his true colors by betraying Israel and leading them astray. In Numbers chapters 22 through 24, we find the story about Balaam and the king of Moab, a man called Balak. King Balak wanted to weaken the children of Israel who, on their way to Canaan, had moved in on his territory. Balak sent to Balaam, who lived in Mesopotamia along the Euphrates River, Numbers chapter 22 verse 5, and asked him to curse Israel in exchange for a reward. Balaam was apparently willing to do this, but said he needed God's permission. Verse 8. Balaam, of course, had no power in himself to curse Israel, but if God were willing to curse Israel, Balaam would be rewarded through Balak. God told Balaam, "You must not put a curse on those people because they are blessed." Verse 12. King Balak then sent other officials more numerous and more distinguished than the first. Verse 16, promising a handsome reward. This time God said, "Go with them, but do only what I tell you." Verse 20. The next morning, Balaam saddled his donkey and left for Moab, Numbers chapter 22, verse 21. God sent an angel to oppose Balaam on the way. The donkey Balaam was riding could see the angel, but Balaam could not, and when the donkey 3 times moves to avoid the angel, Balaam was angry and beat the animal. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, verse 28, and it rebuked the prophet for the beatings. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword drawn. Verse 31. The angel told Balaam that he certainly would have killed Balaam had not the donkey spared his life. Ironically, a dumb beast had more wisdom than God's prophet. The angel then repeated to Balaam the instruction that he was only to speak what God told him to speak concerning the Hebrews, verses 33 through 35. In Moab, King Balak took the prophet Balaam up to a high place called Bamoth Baal and told him to curse the Israelites. Numbers chapter 22, verse 41. Balaam first offered 14 sacrifices on 7 altars and met with the Lord. Numbers chapter 23, verses 1 through 5. He then declared the message God gave him, a blessing on Israel. How can I curse those whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce those whom the Lord has not denounced? Verse 8. King Balak was upset that Balaam had pronounced a blessing on Israel rather than a curse, but he had him try again, this time from the top of Pisgah, Numbers chapter 23, verse 14. Balaam sacrificed another 14 animals and met with the Lord. When he faced Israel, Balaam again spoke a blessing. I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot change it. Verse 20. King Balak told Balaam that if he was going to keep blessing Israel, it was better for him to just shut up. Numbers chapter 23, verse 25. But the king decided to try one more time, taking Balaam to the top of Peor, overlooking the wasteland. Verse 28. Again, Balaam offered 14 animals on 7 newly built altars. Verse 29. Then the Spirit of God came on him and he spoke his message. Numbers chapter 24, verses 2 through 3. The third message was not what the Moabite king wanted to hear. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob, your dwelling places, Israel. Verse 5. Balaam's 3 prophecies of blessing on Israel infuriated the king of Moab, who told the prophet to go back home with no reward. Now leave at once and go home. I said I would reward you handsomely, but the Lord has kept you from being rewarded. Numbers chapter 24, verse 11. Before he left, Balaam reminded the king that he had said from the very beginning he could only say what God told him to say. Then he gave the king 4 more prophecies, gratis. In the 4th prophecy, Balaam foretold of the Messiah. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise out of Israel. He will crush the foreheads of Moab, the skulls of all the people of Sheph. Verse 17. Balaam's 7 prophecies were 7 blessings on God's people. It was God's enemies who were cursed. However, later on, Balaam figured out a way to get his reward from Balak. Balaam advised the Moabites on how to entice the people of Israel with prostitutes and idolatry. He could not curse Israel directly, so he came up with a plan for Israel to bring a curse upon themselves. Balak followed Balaam's advice, and Israel fell into sin, worshiping Baal of Peor and committing fornication with Moabite women. For this, God plagued them, and 24,000 men died. Balaam's name and story became infamous, and he is referred to several times in the New Testament. Peter compares false teachers to Balaam, who loved the wages of wickedness. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 15. Jude echoes this sentiment, associating Balaam with the selling of one's soul for financial gain. Jude chapter 1, verse 11. Finally, Jesus speaks of Balaam when he warns the church in Pergamum of their sin. There are some among you who hold to the teaching of Balaam, who taught Balak to entice the Israelites to sin, so that they ate food sacrificed to idols and committed sexual immorality. Revelation chapter 2, verse 14. Satan's tactics haven't changed all that much. If he can't curse God's people directly, he will try the backdoor approach, and idolatry and sexual immorality are his go-to temptations. Want to learn more? Subscribe so you don't miss the next video. Visit gotquestions.org for more great content, and check out the details section below this video. There you'll
Now, before we go past this, from hearing that what do you get about the story of Balaam? What do you get about his character, according to this biblical story? What do you get out of his character? Is he a good person, bad person? Is he an Israelite?
Well,
They have him as a bad person.
Hmm. Go ahead. Floor is still open. Someone else is trying to say bad person.
yeah, I think they're trying to paint him as a bad person. But then I've read certain recent knowledge on Balaam that has come forward where he's even he's dated to before the Israel, like his work is even dated to before the Israelites, so that makes the story suspect in the dating, because they've found evidence of his existence I think in the 15th century BC.
So,
And for him to be cursing the Israelites in that period, like he didn't fit he doesn't fit the narrative. So that's as far as I know. But as they're trying to paint him, he's yeah, they're trying to paint him as somebody who's not favorable to Israel.
okay, okay. So when we look at this Christian narrative that's going on here, we know from Europeans tainting with history, they make themselves look like heroes, and they make sure others are labeled as bad people. And that's how titles change. So let's look at one more thing on Balaam, get a clarity, because we have to ask the question, if he was so evil and he did this to Israel, why was his legacy maintained?
Shabbat Shalom. The red button has been pressed. So, this week's Torah portion, like I mentioned earlier, is Miketz. Miketz means at the end. And this week, the Torah portion is all about Joseph finally being lifted up from the pit, from prison, exalted to a place of high authority, second in command in the land of Egypt, put there for a specific purpose, to save the life of his family, right? To save the life of his generations. Right? It's an amazing story. But what I wanted to mention is, if you got a chance to read the Torah portion to the end, you would know, hint, hint, that this week's Torah portion ends as a cliffhanger. It ends with Joseph standing there saying, no, all of you will go free, and Benjamin will stay here and be my slave. Curtains. Ah! No! And that, I thought it was very interesting today that the gospel portion that was paired with this week's Torah portion basically splits the road to Emmaus story in half and leaves you going, no! There's more to the story. So I love that. But this week, I mentioned something the last two services that we had when my family was here. I made a statement, and it got me in trouble a little bit, Miss Normal. Because I was mentioning how I had so many notes, and I couldn't get through them in time. And Miss Norma came back to me and she said, now, if you're going to say things like that and not get to your notes, you got to give me your notes. And so, praise God. And this past week, we were so busy. We went to the MJAA conference. We had a wonderful time. Would love to share more about that. Bless you, God. Absolutely no problem. This is good to meet y'all. Yishlach. 2 weeks ago, I believe, concerning the wise men. And and talking about Matthew chapter 2, and I didn't get through half of my notes. And coincidentally, I didn't get through the notes concerning the wise men and talking about them. So today I wanted to share about that because I had the notes, I never got to them, and this week was so busy, I thought, you know what, I'm going to use the notes I have for once and not stay up till midnight every day this week and come up with new notes. So if you'll turn with me to Matthew chapter 2, and we're going to read together verses 1 through 12. And somebody better keep me honest. If we get to around 12:30, please somebody raise a hand. Because I have no timekeeping device on me today. Matthew 2, verses 1 through 12. Okay, starting in verse 1. Now, after Yeshua was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, Magi, wise men from the east, arrived in Jerusalem, saying, "Where is he who has been born King of the Jews? For we saw his star in the east and have come to worship him." When Herod the king heard this, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. Gathering together all the chief priests and scribes of the people, he inquired of them where the Messiah was to be born. They said to him, "In Bethlehem of Judea, for this is what was written by the prophet. And you, Bethlehem, land of Judah, are by no means least among the leaders of Judah. For out of you shall come forth a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel." Then Herod secretly called the Magi and determined from them the exact time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, "Go and search carefully for the child, and when you have found him, report to me, so that I too may come and worship him." After hearing the king, they went their way, and the star, which they had seen in the east, went on before them until it came and stood over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced exceedingly with great joy. After coming into the house, they saw the child with Miriam his mother, and they fell to the ground and worshipped him. Then opening their treasures, they presented to him gifts of gold and frankincense and myrrh. And having been warned in a dream not to return to Herod, the Magi left for their own country by another way. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the wise men today. I mentioned 2 weeks ago when we met, and I had my two oldest girls sitting up here in front, and we were having a discussion because they're seeing nativity scenes, right? Where you see this manger, all these animals, and these shepherds, and these wise men, and they're all there. It's a big party. But I was talking to my girls about how, these wise men, they didn't come until a year or two after the Master was born. And how do we know that? Because if you read continuing on in Matthew chapter 2, you'll find that Herod had all of the baby boys in Bethlehem who were 2 years old and younger killed. There was a time frame there. And so I was sharing with the girls, there's lots of legend that comes to surround the scriptures, right? Were there 3 of them? No, not necessarily. Now there were 3 gifts listed. They may have given more gifts. We don't know. The scripture does not say. We don't know exactly who these magi are, although I have a few comments about that. We don't know exactly how they came to associate this star with the King of the Jews. So there are things we don't know. Scriptures and historical sources surrounding these events, contemporary sources, don't fill in all of the details. But what I want to focus on today, I'll tell you a little story real quick. When my family was first learning about things like the Shabbat and the things of Israel, and oh my goodness, Jesus is Jewish. Oh, we start learning about these things. It's crazy thought, isn't it? My parents, they had this light bulb moment first. First it was my mom, then it was my dad, and then when I was around graduating high school, I rededicated my life to the Father, and my ears started being open to what my parents were telling me. And we would sit around reading a portion of the New Testament, and we'd be arguing with each other. What does this mean? No, this means this. No, this means this. 2 Lucases, 3 opinions. And but it was this. And my mom would always say, you have to remember, Paul is Jewish. Yeshua is Jewish. We have to think the way that they thought. It's hard to do. We're 2,000 years removed. We're thousands of miles removed from a culture that's not originally mine. But if I try to dig in, it's worth the experience. It's worth it. So what I want to do today is mention, why might this story about the wise men be in the Gospel of Matthew, besides the fact that it's a historical event that happened? Interestingly enough, this is only mentioned in the Gospel of Matthew, and it's not mentioned outside of the Gospels, outside of the New Testament, okay? But talk about maybe why it happened, and put myself in the position, let's say in the late 1st century, just hypothetically for a moment. Let's say I'm a Jewish man, maybe in Antioch, maybe in Alexandria, Egypt. Who knows? But I'm a Jewish man, and I've been presented with this story about this man who these disciples are claiming is the real Messiah. And I read this story about these wise men, or I hear it. As I hear this story as a Jewish man in that time, what scriptures would be popping up in my mind? What would this text be pointing me to in the scriptures of my people? The Tanakh, what Christians call the Old Testament. That's what I want to focus on today, is to try to put ourselves in those shoes and to see the significance of this story from a Jewish perspective. Everybody with me? Absolutely. I heard Micah. Definitely. So, let's talk about First off, just a little bit of history. So the word magi, in Greek there is magos, like magus, okay? And it is used in the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, which is called the Septuagint. It's used to describe the astrologers who were in the court of Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon, okay? So very likely by the time of the 1st century, by the time of Yeshua, these men were foreigners, priests, astrologers, officials from the East. Okay? There are 2 allusions, there are 2 comparisons to passages in the Hebrew Scriptures I want to share with you today. The first is, reading through this passage, there is a hint to Balaam the prophet. Balaam the prophet, the false prophet, right? He got his in the end because Balaam, you can read about in Numbers chapter 22 through 24, right? Parashat Balak. Balaam was hired to come and curse the people of Israel. And he came and he put on a good show. And the Lord put words in his mouth, and he ended up actually blessing Israel, didn't he? But then before he left to go back to his own land, he kind of gave some insider tips to the king of Midian, Balak. These people of Israel, they can't be cursed themselves by an outsider, but they can bring themselves into a curse by not listening to their God, can't they? So what did the king of Midian do? He sent in women. He sent in some of the daughters of Midian to go and attract some of the men. Say, come, dance with us. Come to the sacrifice with us to our gods. And Israel was brought into sin. But what does that have to do at all with this passage we just read? Here's some interesting comparisons. Has anybody ever heard of a man named Philo? Philo was a Jewish historian from Alexandria, Egypt, and he lived right around the days of Yeshua. And he wrote much about the history of the Jewish people. And he called Balaam, in his works, he called Balaam a magus. He called him a magi, a magician, an astrologer. Okay? It's an interesting comparison. If you want to turn with me briefly to Numbers, chapter 23, verse 7. Show you a few more comparisons between Balaam and these wise men from the east. Numbers chapter 23, verse 7. That air is cold and dry. I can't flip pages today. Numbers 23, verse 7. This is Balaam talking. And it says, Balaam, he took up his discourse, and he said, from Aram, Balak has brought me, the king, Balak. Moab's king from the mountains of the east. So Moab's king brought Balaam from where? From the east. The mountains of the east. Flip back just a little bit to Numbers chapter 22, verse 5. Okay. 22, verse 5. So he, Balak, the king of Midian, sent messengers to Balaam, the son of Beor, at Pethor, which is near the river. The river. What river? Whenever you read in the Hebrew text and you just see a mention to the river, you can almost every time rest assured that it's talking about the Euphrates River. Right? When you see in the Hebrew scriptures it talks about the sea, and it doesn't give a name of the sea, that's the Mediterranean. There's one big sea right there by Israel, isn't there? And then there's one big river, the Euphrates. But all that to say that here we have Balaam, who was a magus. He was called a magi by men like Philo, and he came from the east. Very interesting. It's an interesting comparison. He was hired to curse Israel, but he could only bless and prophesy good things. And he prophesied the coming of the future Messiah, the future king of Israel from the Davidic line, who would have an eternal throne. And he compared this king to a star. If you will turn with me to...
Now, I'm going to stop there because this is a very important point he just said. And I want you to think about this, is that the Davidic lineage is represented in the scripture as an eternal throne. Okay, so the order of the throne rights or the star king rights is very important because it's eternal. Well, you hear this word eternal, right? And you say to yourself, hold up. Either the scripture's in conflict or the scripture is speaking something that I got to pay attention to. Okay? Because when we get to the Melchizedek aspect, this is where we have to cipher in. So the Davidic throne is an eternal throne. I'm going to say that again. The Davidic throne is considered an eternal throne. But the throne is given a description as a star king, as a star. Now, in our time and what we're dealing with now, what's in the wrong order and what happened. From just that statement alone, what's in the wrong order? Might be a little too deep for you. Let me break it down. Let me break it down to where I can make it easier. If the Davidic throne is an eternal throne, how does the Pope take power? Because he's not claiming Davidic, he's claiming the primacy of Peter. He's claiming the primacy of Peter. So he doesn't have an eternal right. See, it's contested by the throne of David as a higher right. So with the papal bull doctrine with the Pope, they fall short. Now, after 1930, after the defeat of Mussolini and the Pope's attempt to dethrone the Davidic Star King, their position of authority diminished in a false claim under the primacy of Peter by the advent, by the presence of His Imperial Majesty. After that, they create their own Davidic lineage. But this Davidic lineage still doesn't have the appropriate authority. It can only be what you call verified or given legitimacy when the presence of the Ethiopians are brought to Israel. This gives them a legitimacy. See, they had no legitimacy. So there's a chess game being fought silently right in front of us. So the first checkmate is His Majesty's positioning on the Pope. It's a counter. He's able to capture their king. They flip the board. The act of war. Nobody understands where the peace is at. Then they reset the board and they put another king up. This time they falsify a Davidical right. Let's look at the primacy of Peter first.
Eli,
Yes, sir.
Rastafari, give thanks, brethren. Greetings, Rasifa. Ones and ones there. Yes, I give thanks and praise, Ras Lazarus. I'm the Sion. Give thanks and praise. Ras Malaku here, fire. Just giving thanks for the strength, you know. Yeah, the words on the eye block. I just want to give a strength unto it, you know, through a mystical revelation given to I and I same way too. But yeah, this key of Saint Peter is a secret, you know, a mystical secret. You know, that the Pope and them use to harness power in the earth, but it's still within the secret of Christ. You see? Because remember, Christ, or the one they call Jesus, Jesus Christus, Jesus the Christ, and the one they call Peter. If one's remember in the scripture, it was Peter that was the first person to ever boldly say, "You are the Christ." You know, when he say, "What do people say I am? Who do people say I am?" He say, "You are the Christ." And I Jesus end up reveal to him, "Bridget, what the I reveal is not the eye, but is the eye within the eye that bear witness to I." He said, Eli.
Eli. Yes, sir.
Bless the eye. So it's a mystery to show you the realm of man and the capability of man within the Tower Hedo. But in the same breath, the same Peter, when Christ revealed to all ones what should come to him and befall him, Peter tell him, "Nah, man, that go happen, you know." Yeah, nice paraphrasing, you know, pretty high.
Yes, sir.
But Peter tell him, "Nah." And Christ look at him and tell him what? "Get behind me, Satan." You cite it?
Aye.
The last, yeah. So out of all the disciples, we see in all Christ's time, there's one man he ever referred to as Satan, and that's Peter. But further to go now, in the time now when it reached for the manifestation, he look at Peter and tell him, "You go deny me 3 times." And we see that with the Council of Nicaea, where the boy Constantine come and break up the Tower Hedo and put it into God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Eli. Yes, I. So, and I just wanted to share that one there, brother. Eli, give thanks for the teaching. You know, I fooling up. I love the vibe. You know, give thanks for the realms I have.
Yes, I. Eli. Give thanks. Highly. So that's a real block of sound. I know Amdi wanted to yell fire. So as we see, the Pope comes under what is called the primacy of Peter. That is his claim of authority. And mystically, as the brethren said, "Get behind me, Satan." You know, so what happens now is the immorality that was placed into the world under the papal bull, what was the dominance of the mindset of the planet, was then bowed down, and then a new agenda was placed in the front. His Majesty had placed the morality back into international law. The immorality that was placed by the Pope was undone. But let's go a little further in Balaam and the star prophecy. See, because in this aspect, the Christian doctrine raises us to see the aspects of Balaam as evil. But the Magi were not the ones who slain the children. It was not the Magi's. So when we look at who's keeping the prophecy and honoring, you have to say, well, these three Magi's, these three wise men, it's very important to rectify who they are. So the Jew who gave the scripture reading never addressed Balaam.
I pray the eye fire. Can I and I just block a sound to add a strength to what the eye saying concerning the star prophecy?
Oh, hold up. We're coming back to that. That when we go to that, that's gonna go where we start bringing Ross Cipher in.
Highly.
Yes, I just hold one moment. We're going to a next stage. Should have been open right here. So when the Jewish brethren is speaking, he speaks of Balaam and they call him a prophet, but they say he's a false prophet. But in the scripture and in Christian doctrine, they say Balaam is not an Israelite. He is not an Israelite. But his prophecy of the star is taken by the council of Nice. But Balaam is vilified. But when we read here out of the Ethiopian, and I'll begin, this information, let's see where I'm at. This information is based on the reading of Ethiopian history and the Metashaf, the Dejan Shua, an ancient Ethiopian manuscript in Gives discovered by Miri Ras Aman Baleh in the ruins of the Ethiopian church in Nubia, a part of the Ethiopian Empire. Remember that, empire, which has been translated into Amharic, abridged and published as a Metashaf, a Sube, by the discoverer himself. According to this ancient manuscript, both the Amar and the Oroma are the descendants of one man or father, Melchizedek, king of Salem, Jerusalem, the high priest of God on earth, founder of Jerusalem, to whom Abraham and other kings bowed and paid tithes to receive his blessings. So when they speak about Balaam saying, who God who God bless, no man can curse. He was speaking about the blessings that was given to Abraham by Melchizedek. That's why when you go into the scriptures, you'll get the Maliki Tzedek. And when you see the Maliki Tzedek, you'll know when they say the El Maliki Tzedek, and someone comes and says he was speaking about the God, the king, but it's actually saying Melchizedek. So now you have to think, well, the Christian chose to refer to the reference that Bedam said that who God bless, no man can curse. So what was he referring to? When did God bless them? So you're talking about a Melchizedek blessing. See, he said, let's take it back into the Old Testament. Let's track it back to where it's pointing to. But when it said that, he didn't take it back to the next stage to what Balaam would have been pointing to. Where was the blessing placed on Abraham? Who placed the blessing? Where did it come from? So it's saying, my father gave them passageway. I cannot take that away from them. An offering is made to the kings for their passageway. This is why when you go through the history, you'll find that the Moabite, the Assyrians, all of these people are Shemites. They're cousins. Now, what makes that important? When I say Shemites, saying they're associated with Shem, our brother Ross Cipher will go into the terminology of where the Shem is coming from. So when we say Shem, there is another aspect that in ancient reference, because we have to look at how the scripture does an ancient reference. So let me put this here and pull this up. Melchizedek is Shem. Now, there's another statement that was given in the terminology that was used by Balaam. And that was that Balaam said he came from Aram. And for our brothers who are aware of when they say Aram, we'll get to that. So Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest, is the same person as Shem, it's the son of Noah. This identification based on various factors, including the lineage of Shem, his position as high priest, and the association of Salem. In most scriptures in ancient texts, we give a reference to Shem. And in the ancient text, Shem is referenced to as Melchizedek. So they give you the stories out of Enoch in the Ethiopian Bible, Ethiopian scripture. And they tell you that Melchizedek's mother passes and Melchizedek comes out of his mother whole, intelligent, fully dressed, and talking and thinking, not as a baby, but in full intelligence. So you would then have to ask yourself, in what symbolic message would that mean? But he is the representative of Shem now. And he has the highest position. He's chosen to be the representative of Shem. This is the scripture. So this is Melchizedek. So now if you go into the Bible, but you're not in alignment with this construct of Melchizedek and Shem, you could overpass everything in the scripture not being on point about nothing. Because now when we deal with this Melchizedek, it's very important to know that it was privileged mainly in Ethiopia, but the European construct, and when the Council of Nice and those who took over the biblical texts and so forth, they place Melchizedek in the aspect of an angelical spirit. But when you come into the Ethiopian text, Melchizedek is given children, lineage, kingdoms. So now the reality of who are the people is important in the story, because you could mistake the people. And let's make our point here. But I wanted to make the point of showing that in many aspects, Melchizedek is hailed as Shem. And it's a significant amount of the ancient texts and so forth, and scriptural texts, that they acknowledge that Melchizedek becomes a representative or is actually Shem. Now, let's go back to here. So Melchizedek, king of Salem, the high priest of God, about 2,000 years before the birth of Jesus. Go this way so you can read with me better. About 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethiopia, I'm sorry. About 2,000 years later, the descendants, I'm too far back. About 2,000 years before the birth of Jesus Christ, before there was a Christ, God ordered Melchizedek to send his son Ethel, who was named as Ethiop, later on by God to go and settle in Ethiopia at the islands of Lake Tana, the source of the river Nile. God sent Ethel God sent Ethel, the meaning of his name is the gift of God, to Ethiopia, so that when God, or what their Christian construct says, Jesus, the Christos, is born as a human being 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethel would bring him to Bethlehem Ethiopian gifts such as yellow gold, myrrh, and incense. So now here in this story, we are getting the description of what the Ethiopian or Ethel or the blood lineage of Melchizedek will have to do. But then when we go into the Christian story, we receive that the Magi's, these three wise men, did this. So we as Ethiopians cannot look over that and just bypass that in thought and process. So now when we're reading the Christian story and we hit these three wise men, but we think about the scrolls of Ethiopia that explain that Ethel, Ethiop, Melchizedek's son. So now Melchizedek and Ethiopia are equal. I want to get that straight for you now. So now Melchizedek and Ethiopia are equal. What does that mean? Melchizedek and Shem are equal. Ethiopia and Shem are equal. So in the perspective of the story, then these Assyrians, these Moabites, all of them are Ethiopians, Cushites. So in the Ethiopian text, Balaam is described as speaking to Moab's king and Balak and them as those are his cousins. But in the European Christian construct, the Moabites, these people are evil. And Balaam is evil. So they severing the Ethiopian lineage where it's tracked in the story. So now accordingly, Ethel went to Ethiopia and settled in what today is called Gojam. And God changed his name from Ethel to Ethiop, meaning the gift of yellow gold to God. Thus, not only Ethel became Ethiop, but the land in which he settled started to be called Ethiopia. Lo and behold, 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethiopia, of Ethiop, of Melchizedek, of Shem, became 12 kings in the then Ethiopian Empire. In the Ethiopian Empire. So you have to now start thinking, Ethiopian Empire, Shem, Melchizedek. Ethiopian Empire, Shem, Melchizedek. There's a coalition. But now we have to go to the story is that the story says Ethel, so they would prepare to have the gold and the frankincense to take the Bethlehem. And this is the prophecy. But this is the dead Yeshua. And this is speaking about Melchizedek. But the prophecy in which the Christians got came from Balaam, which is Melchizedek's grandson. So are they saying the entire prophecy? Let's go a little further. Now, Ethiop begot 13 children, 10 boys, 3 girls. The boys were Atiba, Beora, Timnah, Atar, Ashan, Aziba, Berisa, Tesab, Tola. By the way, the name of the author says his father, his uncle is Tola or Zatosa, Tola. And Azeb. The girls were Loza, Milcah, and Suba. All of them became the fathers and mothers of many Ethiopian tribes. Out of the 10 boys of Ethiop, I will only take one. They will only take the line of one of them. This is just one of them. The line of Beor. So we heard when the Jew was speaking about where did Balaam come from. So they said the line of Beor shows that the Amara and the Oroma descended from him. Ethiop begot who? Listen, Ethiop, according to Ethiopian history, Ethiop, Melchizedek's son, begot Beor. Beor begot Aram. Aram begot Neg, who begot Hag, who begot Beor, who begot Balaam, a prophet in the Sinai. Very important that they say Sinai, who prophesied the birth of Jesus as a star. He is in the Bible known as Balaam. Balaam. So this prophecy that Balaam gave them, he was aware of it because Melchizedek had sent Ethel or Ethiop to Ethiopia so that there could be a fulfillment. Then when we get it into Christianity, these 3 wise men, Magi's, 3 kings, come out of the east to find the star child. But Herod had killed children to prevent this. It's funny how the keepers or the killers then try to hold on to the story and control it. But it's our story. It's our story. People say, well, the Europeans, they brought Christianity to Africa and they broke Africa. But is that true? Is this what you believe? Why is this so important for them to rule the world? So is it really religion? Or is it a living reality? That through the auspicious of religion, they make us give away our birthright. Our sovereignty. So here we go with Balaam begot Kermit, who begot Shemshel, a female great prophetess who was able to raise the dead. So here we're looking at our story being manipulated into and woven into just the basic religious construct. But as we peel back the layers in it, we realize there is our story veiled right there in the codes of the story. But it goes a little further. Later, each tribe spread all over the breedeth in the length of Ethiopia, and even the rest of Africa to seek out their fortune. In the meantime, they developed different languages and cultures. The Aroma became pastoralists. The Amara specialized in warfare and administration. For example, even when Axum was a little boy, he was crowned as the Pharaoh of Egypt by the name of Ramses. It was the Amara who accompanied him all the way from Ethiopia to Egypt about 2,850 years ago to protect his throne. And about 350,000 Amaras went with him to Egypt. Some of them returned to Ethiopia only after 1,850 years of stay in Egypt, accompanying King Lalibela to Ethiopia after his return from exile in Jerusalem. They built together with the local Agu people the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela. Later, when Axumite found the city of Axum and became emperor of Ethiopia, he gave his daughter Ribla in marriage to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, today Iraq. It was the Amara soldiers again who accompanied Ribla to Iraq. She found the city after her name. The Amara found a city called Amara in Iraq after their own name. So you heard when he yelled, the Jewish brother, when he was speaking, he said that the Magi's were astrologers and so forth in Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom of Babylon. That's what he said. Now, let's see if we can see a pattern here, something. Because I want to show you two different components here before we go past that. And when did Ethiopia become Christian, or when did the Christian knowledge of it go to Ethiopia? And what time period would that be?
You asking that question, Russ?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, according to the Acts of the Apostles, that became into Ethiopia with the baptism of the apostle, the Ethiopian official of the Queen Kandake, and he then took back the gospel to Ethiopia according to the Act of the Apostles. But then, according to the history of Ezana, it was after the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
Is when Ethiopia accepted Christianity as a state religion.
Okay.
So there is 300 years roughly.
Okay.
From the time. There's two different narratives. There's a narrative of the first century after the crucifixion, which would have been, like say, at least before 40 AD. And then there is the Council of Nicaea at 325. So, we're talking about a 300 years difference in the two narratives.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. So we're gonna tackle that time period and that date. So hold that, everybody, in your mind, what he just said, because we have to see where Ethiopia is in time. But when we talk about the Magi's, and he said that there were Magi's under the council of Nebuchadnezzar, and I wanted to show you who it is that was under Nebuchadnezzar. They call him Nergal-Sharezer, also known as Neriglissar, and was a prominent figure in the reign of Nebuchadnezzar II. He served as a high-ranking official, a military officer. He is identified as Rab Mag. Very important now, because you got your rabbis now. But it's called Rab Mag. So he's called the chief Magi, a position of significance within the Babylonian court. He is mentioned in the Bible as being present during the siege of Jerusalem in 597 BC. Nergal-Sharer's connection to Nebuchadnezzar goes further than just being a high official. He eventually rose to become the fourth king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire after Nebuchadnezzar's death, ruling from 560 to 556 BC. He was likely unrelated to the royal family, but gained influence by marrying one of Nebuchadnezzar's daughters. The term Magi, also called Chaldean or wise men, refers to a group of officials in Nebuchadnezzar's court. They were known for their wisdom and knowledge, likely encompassing fields such as astrology, astronomy, and dream interpretations. Daniel's relation with the Magi. Daniel, a Hebrew exile in the Babylon, became a high-ranking official under Nebuchadnezzar due to his ability to interpret dreams. He was appointed as a ruler over the whole province of Babylon and a chief prefect over all the wise men of Babylon. So the wise men are the Magi's. The wise men of Babylon, demonstrating his position of authority among the Magi. Some scholars speculate that the Magi who later visited Jesus in the New Testament may have been descendants of those who learned from Daniel in Babylon. In summary, Nergal-Sharezer was a powerful official in the Nebuchadnezzar's court, holding the position of chief Magi and later became king. The Magi as a group played a significant role in the Babylonian court, and Daniel's rise to prominence influenced them. Now, I'll see if it pulls it up. I'm going to see. Nergal is a Mesopotamian god primarily associated with death, war, and disease. He is also known as the Lord of the Underworld. God of war and destruction, he embodies the inflicted death of warfare and plague, and is associated with destructive forces like disease and evil spirits. Lord of the underworld. Nergal became king of Kur, Mesopotamia, underworld. And in later myths, he is described as marrying the goddess Ishkagal, the queen of the underworld. Despite his destructive nature, Nergal was also invoked as a protector, in particular exorcisms and against all evil spirits. Worship and ritual cults dedicated to Nergal perform rituals, sometimes offering sacrifice to appease him and ensure the well-being of souls in the afterlife. The dual role, Nergal was revered as both a destroyer and protector, reflecting the complex nature of life and death. Regarding Magi and Elohim, Magi is term. Magi typically refers to the ancient Persian priest or wise men. See, they use Persian, often associated with Zoroastrianism or astrology. There is no direct connection
Yeah,
between
bless. What's up? How are you?
and the Magi based on provided. Elohim,
Gosh.
Hebrew word for God or used in the Hebrew. Nergal is a Mesopotamian deity. They say distinct from the concept of Elohim, but when you go into the Canaanites or the Garitz,
How was everything?
yes,
Good.
yeah,
My feet
Elohim,
hurt.
From what?
Nergal is. Please
Standing?
mute your
In
mic.
those shoes, right?
Yeah.
Now you see why you you're lying.
Yes, Elohim is the Hebrew word for God or used, but we know that a lot of you have been learning that the Elohims have been linked to a lot of the names of the deities from Mesopotamia to Canaanites to what they call El and so forth. So we get to Nergal, go a little further. He's put with the planet Mars, and his parents are listed as Enlil and Ninlil. So most of you who have been studying the Una Elish, the Gilgamesh, um, you've learned that Enlil and Enkidu are the children of Anu. But let's look at Enlil. Enlil, ancient Mesopotamian god associated with wind, air, earth, and storm. He is first attested as the chief deity of the Sumerians, the pantheon, but he was later worshipped by the Akkadians, the Babylonians, the Syrians, and the Hurarians. Enlil's primary center of worship was Ekura, the temple in the city of Nippur, which was believed to have been built by Enlil himself and was regarded as the mooring rope of heaven and earth. He is also sometimes referred to in the Sumerian text as Nun Amnir, Nun Amnir. According to one of the Sumerian texts, Enlil himself was so holy that not even the other gods could look upon him. Enlil rose to prominence during the 24th century BC with the rise of Nippur. His cult fell into decline after Nippur was sacked by the Elamites, and he was eventually supplanted as chief god of the Mesopotamian pantheon and the Babylonian national god Marduk or Marduk. So you have Enlil, statue of Enlil. So let me see if they say his parents. Well, they put An, but An you're gonna see his An as Anu. Enlil in the Canaanites, it is El. He is the Dagon, and he is the Baal. But let's go here first. So we got Jupiter, but An is Anu. So when we track to Anu, this is where it takes us into the next levels. Anu is something very much important for all of us to learn to track through. Anu or Anun or Anum, originally An of the Sumerians, was a divine personification of the sky, king of the gods and ancestors of many of the deities in ancient Mesopotamian religion. He was regarded as a source of both divine and human kingship. Divine and human kingship. Divine and human kingship. and opens the enumeration of deities in many Mesopotamian texts. At the same time, his role was largely passive and he was not commonly worshipped. It is sometimes proposed that the Inian temple located in Uruk or Uruk originally belonged to him rather than Inanna. While he is well attested as one of the divine inhabitants, there is no evidence that the main deity of the temple ever changed. Inanna was already associated with it in the earliest sources. After it declined, a new theological system developed in the same city under the Seleucids, under Alexander the Greek's people, resulting in a new being redefined as an active deity. As a result, he was actively worshipped by inhabitants of the city in the final centuries of the history of the ancient Mesopotamia, their king rights. So the Seleucids coming in and they're coming in under those areas, but we're holding to where is the kingship rights. Where did they come from? So the Sky Father, king of the gods, symbol of various deities, including Anubis, the rightmost second row, or the Kadu, or the Ritta Marduk. So this is in Iraq. This is where they were talking about ISIS was going around destroying. So his abode is considered heaven. He is considered the horn crown on the pedestal. So we've talked about the horns. His parents are Anshar and Kishar, or Allah and Belil. His consort is Antu or Ki or Urusha, the Namnu. But now you look at his children, you have Enki and Enlil. So that's your Gilgamesh epics. The Enlil and the Enkidu is where you get all of your Anunnaki constructs to start coming from. So now you're in your Anunnaki constructs. But we look at the titlage that's placed on Anu. He is associated with Zeus and Uranus. So as constructs of time pass, you'll see that. Now, the only thing I don't like about what this definition didn't do, and I'm going to see if it will do it anew. And let's just say, see, so they don't want to even put anew with the Cushite. Let me see. But before I go there, I'll just go here. So we got a new, but let me go ahead and do this. Or we lose track of where I started this from. So Ross Cipher, I asked and I said, when did Ethiopia enter into what we would consider the Christian constructs or the religious constructs in which the biblical leads are? Here we have an Ethiopian monk, but he's not just an Ethiopian monk. You have to really look at his name. And this is what plagues a lot of historians. But look at the time period in which he's in. So he's an Ethiopian monk, an Enoch, and he's supposed to be serving King Zedekiah, Zedekiah, Zedek. And he is a Melech. Now, this is in the time period of the prophet Jeremiah. this is in the time period of the prophet Jeremiah. But a lot of times we're told that until the time of Philip and so forth, and the Ethiopians received the message and so forth, and they were locked in from there.
Brady Russ, what time frame have you got Jeremiah into?
Jeremiah is around the 26th dynasty. Zedekiah, I think he's 26, around the 26th dynasty.
Zedekiah is supposed to be about 900 or so, isn't he? Around 900. He's supposed to be coming after Solomon, isn't he?
Yes. So this is 597 BC, the siege of Jerusalem's time. But who's sieging Jerusalem? So this year, I think this is the 26th dynasty, which is very important to understand here, because that would be an Ahmoses the second. So you have Eb Melech. They say it combines in the Hebrew words as servant and king. How can you be a servant and a king? Anyone?
Oh, it could be. I mean, I don't know. Like His Majesty would say, he's a servant. He's the servant of the people. As the king, he's the servant of the people. So it could be in that context. I don't know, but that could be in that context because you see, we don't know what they're really saying. But His Majesty would say that he was a servant and a king.
Okay, but in this context, they only give him the aspect of a Enoch servant, but he has a title and a name of king. Now, how many times have you seen the Bible reference to a Ge'ez language? So here you have the Ethiopian under the time of Zedekiah. Very important, but he's an Enoch and he's a monk, but he's working with Zedekiah at the time when Nebuchadnezzar, the time when Babylon, I'm not saying, I'm not going to say Nebuchadnezzar, but the
Wasn't
time
that Cyrus? Wasn't that Cyrus at that time, Russ?
Darius and Cyrus end up invading and they say tearing up, but they say Persian or Achaemenian dynasties.
Achaemenian, yeah, Achaemenides.
So
Achaemenides.
now we go back to a certain component here because this is why we do this, and then we're going to close this out. So again, as we said, we wanted you to then reprogram your mind to see Melchizedek, Ethiopia, Shem, but also know that means Shem, Ethiopia, is Cush.
What's up?
The Cushites were also called Ethiopians. Now, when we talk about the 12 kingdoms of the Ethiopian Empire that were the children of Melchizedek or Ethiopia, because Ethiop, Ethel, the son of Melchizedek, and then we have Ethiopia. So when we say Ethiopians, we're saying children of Melchizedek. Now, what happens is we keep hearing about these empires and certain wars. And I always go through this, so I'll go back up and read it from as I always do, because I want it to be etched in your mind. The Greco-Roman writers made it clear that there were two Kushite empires, one in Asia and the other group in the area we call Sudan. The Greek writer Homer alluded to the two Kushite empires when he wrote, "A race divided, whom the sloping rays and the rising and the setting of the sun survey." We were divided. Now, we always talk about you have a parent throne, then the children have their throne cities. But as children come to certain ages, other throne cities will claim the parent throne. So the children amongst themselves, from grandchildren to all the children, will have wars over who is supposed to take the next position of the parent throne. Southwest Asia, all of these areas they find what they call BRW, black and red ware. So they find pottery ware that is associated with the Kushite. And they find this pottery and they find these connections all the way from the Dravidians through China. They associate it back to the genetic codings of Dravidians to Nigeria, the Congo, and the Proto-Dravidian speakers. They see that they could have migrated to Arabia. One of the first civilizations in Arabia is the Tehama culture, which they have already said is part of Kushite. Then you have the Armenians that made it clear that the ancients called Persia, Media, Elam, Area, in the entire area between the Tigris Indus River, they called it Kush. So if they called these people Kush, they were Ethiopian, they were Kushites. So the Armenians called the early Parthians Kushan and acknowledged their connections with them. Homer, Herodotus, and the Roman scholar Strabo, and called southern Persia, Ethiopia. The Greeks and the Romans called the country east of Kerma, Husan. The Kushites are associated with the Sea Group people of Nubia and the Kerma civilization. The Kushites practice an agro-pastoral economy, and they made characteristic red and black pottery that they spread from Nubia to China. So now we have to study it from a prospect of this throne right. And this throne right is then given as a star prophecy. I hate to just put that word, but I ain't got no point. Saul was the son of Kish. Kish is the code word for Cush. Now, I'm gonna go a little further. I was trying to get to somewhere else. I didn't want to go back to the Jesus story.
And Kish, sorry, King. Kish was a city state of Sumer.
Yes, that's the Enlil, the Enkidu, the Sumerians, the black-headed ones, the Cushites. I think it's called I can't spell it right. So, oh, I know what to do. So, as we looked at where Melchizedek's story said about taking the gold and so forth, but then when we track the three wise men, the kings, the Jewish brother said that they couldn't track them. It was no prevalent story. But in Ethiopia, that's different. The main wise man or wise king of the Magi's was called Balthazar. You have to study that name. Balthazar is the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. They hold him as Bazin, king of Axum, was one of the biblical Magi's, specifically Balthazar. This traditional places Bazin as the king from Africa, often depicted as the black man in the Western art, representing the continent of Africa. Balthazar and the Magi. In Christian tradition, Balthazar is one of the three Magi's, the wise men who visited the infinite Jesus after his birth, along with Caspar and Melchior. So you see the Malachi again, and you see the or the Ori, which then takes us to, I'm sorry. So I wanted Ross Cipher to see that time period as well, because this 26th dynasty of Egypt holds a certain amount of characters. Sabaka is trying to get to him. And this is how you start seeing how these families were connected as well. The Persians who eventually invaded Egypt, these are bloodlines, stained bloodlines, going back and forth fighting over the parent throne. When Emperor Cambius captured and later executed Pasmakti the third in the first Median or the Persian conquest of Egypt, Cambius founded the first Egyptian strategy in a territory of the Achaemenid Empire and was crowned the first pharaoh of the dynasty of the 17th dynasty. I wanted to show these names in this dynasty. So many of you have started seeing this empress name here in many of the write-ups now. Her greatness. You have Shabaka, which we talked about, the Shabaka stone. This is the 26th dynasty, which is important. This name here is also very important as well. I'll explain that in another aspect. I'm not gonna go in that one, but I wanted to show these aspects of the names, the time periods, so you get an osmosis the second.
While you're looking for something, Russ, can I just say something while you're looking?
Yes, I was.
Throw you off.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. We here.
Yeah. Concerning the three kings, in Ethiopia, they are. I'll tell you who they are. This is coming from Abuna Yesak. Who was the um, head of the church, who His Majesty sent to Jamaica, who became Abuna Yesak, the head of the Western world. And in his book, The Ethiopian Tewahedo Church, an Integrally African Church, page 10, he says the three wise men's alternative identification has been Caspar, king of Ethiopia, Melchior, king of Nubia, and Balthazar, king of Saba. And all these places are situated in the east of the Ethiopian continent and across the Red Sea. I mean, I've put that in there, but that's that's something that I've written in the book, because this idea again of the people being of some kind of Arabic or not Arabic, but what these Semitic tribes who they claim to be sort of Asiatic type people are yeah, this is where the problem comes in, trying to make them look like what we consider to be like Arabs. Although, we know in the continent that Arabs are black people and Ethiopians are like Arabs too,
Yes.
as opposed to the darker skinned people,
Yes. Yes.
from the south.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just thought I'd bring that in because that's very important. But this is the Ethiopian story. That's who they are. So they're all Ethiopians and they're coming from Nubia, which is Miro, Saba, which is across the Red Sea, on the other side of the Red Sea, what is now Yemen, and King of Ethiopia being Caspar. Uh, they don't actually call him Bazan, but that must be Bazan, you know,
Yes. Yeah.
or Bazin,
I pretty I Rasifa. Give thanks
yes, sir.
just to get your strength into that. The Saba, when they look at the root, it's taken from the Queen of Sheba did rule them place also. So
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is, yes, that also is a territory and an ancient housing of the land of Ethiopia. So yeah, all the names that were given sound like it is still within the realm of
yes,
the ancient Africa continent.
yeah, because it's a continent. Yeah, it's an empire. You see, this is where the thing, like, this is what Lazarus is saying. Even up to way up into Persia, way up down to China. These are
Yes, I think the
the
scripture
realms of
have
the
it
empire.
where it says one of the kings did rule all the way from Ethiopia all the way to India. It's
Well,
written.
that's written in the capital Nagast. You
Yeah.
know, that's
Book of
written in.
Esther. That's the book of Esther. Yes, sir. The first verse.
Okay, yeah, and it's in the capital Nagast also. Anyway, let's let Lazarus continue. I don't want to interrupt.
Leah,
So,
I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I wanted to take us into a little quick reading right before we watch this last video, and then Ross Cipher will take over. Because what we're doing is introducing that there's the Ethiopian story right here woven that is speaking about an ancient legacy, an ancient tribute. See, so when we look at Melchizedek, it's a different reality for us because now when you go back to the ancient what you would say people who would be considered the ancient Christians. Before they were called Christians, they were called Nazarenes. And they called that in the city of Antioch is where they first called the people Christians. But what did they call them before that? Nazarenes. What did they also call them? Essenes. And what did they also call Hasmoneans, Maccabees? So now when we look at that these Essenes, these Nazarenes, they referred the Christos and the elements of the Christos to the Melchizedek. So when His Majesty comes on the scene, he is asked the question if he is black or Negro, and does he see himself as them? And he says that he is Shem. He is Shem.
Yeah, pretty. It would be politically incorrect for His Majesty to say he's black, because I too
Well,
is not.
well,
This
well,
is
well, that's the key is that the European reporters took that as propaganda. But as we understand, His Majesty is not colonized by Europeans. And so the essence of knowing that Melchizedek is Shem is important and that Ethiopia is Melchizedek. So when His Imperial Majesty came into power, Abyssinia became known as Ethiopia. See, the declaration of the Melchizedek order is there. The claiming of the rightful bloodline, the perpetual cycle now. Who are the perpetual stars, the star king keepers? So we have went through this cipher multiple times to show that the roots of these things. And when we go through them, I have to allude to one of the first constructs here. I don't want you to mistake this, but let's do this. Evidence of Israel. Evidence for the existence of ancient Israel and its people groups come from both biblical texts and archaeological discoveries. While the Bible provides a narrative account of Israel, archaeological findings offer physical corroborations of key events, periods, and particularly late Iron Age and earlier. Now, the only thing that they find to deal with Israel is an Egyptian inscription dating back to around 1208 BC, is the earliest extra-biblical mention of Israel. It refers to a people, not a nation state, located in central Palestine. This is what they say. Now, when you look at the Marin Stelas, right? Go where they got the writing. There's the question. Let's see if I can get it. There's a question even on the claimage in which they're putting on the Marin Ptah Stellas. The Marin Ptah Stellas. Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more. This is the only thing that they say, but when they really go through this, it doesn't actually say Israel like that. As they try to put it, it would be interpreted as Isra Ilah, Isra Ilah, Ilah. So that's what made a lot of critical archaeologists question if this is really something even saying Israel. Now, what does that mean?
Brady Russ, can
Yes.
I just, sorry to interrupt, just stick a pin there because it's very crucial that I just say this, that the idea of Israel and Israelu. Israelu is Ugaritic language,
Yes.
which was a derivative of the Sumerian language.
Yes.
So that is what, and Ilu is the Canaanite language, you know? Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Which is definitely where we're going at as we get back to looking at the Canaanite, but we're going to offer one more thing. Evidence for King Solomon. You know, as Rasta, this is crucial. Crucial here. This is highly crucial. Highly crucial. If we go from one biblical thing, from the Moses story being questionary in time, and then we go to archaeological history of there being a Solomon and where's the temple and all of the works, and there's no evidence of it. But they can go pull up the Amarna letters and all of these things that these kings from the Amarna traditions and so forth built and dealt with thousands of years prior to even the Solomon. So when we get here, you have to say, okay, well, where does this put us? Where does this put us? Now, this is crucial here because while there is no definite concrete evidence confirming the historical accuracy of everything described about King Solomon in the Bible and the archaeological findings and textual evidence of support for existence in the reign, particularly in the 10th century. The royal complex in Jerusalem, Exavale and Hophil site in Jerusalem have uncovered large wall sections with a gatehouse potentially dating to Solomon's reign, but there still is no evidence. There still is no evidence. So, matter of fact, let's go back to our kings list before we go there. Thought I had the kings list open. Oh, yes. So let's go back to our kings list. Under the Ethiopian kings list, you have Ori, which is also called Iran. We always go over that there was a divide. There was an outpouring of division. For Ori, represented one dynastical period, one dynastical group. Senefru, Ori, Aram. And then you come into where Ori and Aram have to deal with the title. Aram is the sons of Shem, but then their arrival. So let's read this part here for them. This is important to make sure everybody keep getting this. We read it multiple times, but I don't know if everyone members. This is doubtless a list of the Amorite kings, Amorites, of the tribe of Aram, sons of Shem. Shem. We just put Shem with Melchizedek, who also we had to put with Cush. We're going to see why. Who ruled Cush before the arrival of the Hamites of the line of Cush. They ruled Cush before the arrival of Cush. That is before the dispersion from the Shinar towers. So we talk about the battle of the towers of Babel, and we talk about Nimrod, and we talk about Babylon. So something happens in the time period from the Shinar towers. The Hamites treated them as Nephilims, or the fallen ones, or the giants. So the people of Aram are now being treated um, as fallen ones by the people of Cam. So the sovereignty of Cam after the fall of the Shinar towers, the Tower of Babel. So why does the Ethiopian king list place the Shinar towers so important in their 10 kings list? What's so important about it? What's happening in this time period? What's going on at this time period? So now when you get to Cam, you get what they would say cow or Kush or Sabat.
Brady Russ, can I just give you a little clarity there, Russ? I'm sorry to cut in, but you need to clarify that there. Where you're beginning there is the 2700, like the beginning of the Cam. That is after the fall of Babel. Then now there's a 531-year interregnum. That is where they are calling it. That's the from the deluge to the fall of the Tower of Babel. There's a 500-year interregnum before the calendar starts again. So I don't mean to cut you, but that's what. So it's not that time has begun again. Where you're coming in there right there now. Time has come in again. But the Tower of Babel was an interregnum of 500 years. It caused, no kingship to be had. Like that's how the that if you just step up a little bit, you'll see what it's saying. Because it goes from 3,244 down to 2,713. That's an interregnum, and that is the fall of the Tower of Babel, as according to the King's List. Sorry to cut you, Russ, but it's important that we don't come further than that.
Hello. Yeah, I don't hear anyway. The everything just went muted for a second.
Yeah, you're muted, Russ. We can't hear you, Russ Lazarus. We can't hear you, Russ. Russ Lazarus, we can't hear you. Can anybody hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, Bridget. I don't hear Russ Lazarus as well.
Russ Amdi, are you there?
Yes, honey, this is Salam. I man can't hear nothing but the eye.
Yeah, I think you gotta disconnect. Slow it up. I just contacted him.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He's cut. He's dropped off. Oh no, is that him?
Yeah. So we got Serhemket, king of one of the first dynasties. Serhemket, a Horus name of the early kingdom, Egyptian king. He was the seventh king of the first dynasty. He was the first Egyptian ruler with the full developed Nebti name, and Manthino called Serhemket Semhepses, and credited him with the reign continued for 18 years. And on the other hand, the term canon credited him with a long reign of 72 years. Nowadays, Egyptologists consider both opinions. My turn. Both opinions as a kind of exaggeration accredit to Sermket with a reign of 8.5 years. The last opinion is based on the Cairo stone inscription where the complete reign of Sermket has been recorded. Sermket is a well-documented archaeological records. His name was found on vessels made of cis and ablaster marbles. His name also appears on ivory tags. They ain't going into what I needed to go into for me. And they do go into it. Oh, yeah. Serhemket was the seventh king, first dynasty, who ruled around 2925 or 2916 BC. He was the son of King Ani-Dajeb. The queen, Beatrice, Serhemket's reign was probably the shortest of the first dynasty's king. Unfortunately, the event recorded on the Cairo Palmero stones of the annuals or regular religious ceremonies of kingship, such as the follows of Horus, the ritual appearance of the kings, and the dedication of the divine images. Some scholars suggest that Serhemket was a usurper, not a rightful heir to the throne. That indicated that no high official priest was associated with Serhemket was found at Saqqara, but this might be explained by the short reign of Serhemket. The only known officials of Serhemket had survived his king. He served both Serhemket and his successors Kwa. His name appeared on the ivory tags from Serhemket in the Kwa tomb. All right. Serhemket's name was Mersekar. He was depicted in Abydos' list much like a statue of Ptah. It is read Sem-Ptah, but it was doubtful in view of the original form of the figure. It seems to be the followers or possibly a priest of Ptah. The Horus name reads as Semherhet. Among the Horus names of the first dynasty, Semkerhet makes a theological statement that expresses the relationship between Horus and the other deities. Semkerhet, Horus name inside the Seret means companion of the corporation or thoughtful friend. However, the hieroglyph normally means the body or divine community. The Nebi name, read as Iri Nebi, it means the guardian of the two mistresses. The two mistresses refer to Nebuchadnezzar, the vulture goddess of Nekheb, and the Wajet, the serpent goddess of Pi and Neb. His Nebdi name was mentioned in many documents from his tomb Abydos and some of the stone vessel inscriptions from the step pyramids of Saqqara, and was also found in the Palmer stones. The Nebi name was written in all writings as that depicted a walking priest wearing a long skirt, a nimbus, a headdress, holding a staff. This symbol has no phonetic indicator. Because of this, Gardenier, when he referred to the king's list in his song, Egypt's of Pharaohs, he wrote priestly figure, king priest. When some scholars found the priestly figure in the documents from the reign of Serhemket, they read it as Ergenetur or Ergenet, that means the guardian. The phonetic indicator Semfet Het or Sem, the new kingdom, king's list, sustaining the equation, priestly, Sem. This was one of the most important offices in the Memphite cult of the god Ptah. The Sim means the eldest. The royal canyon of Turin mentioned his name as Simswa, while the Abydos Kings list gave him the spelling Sim, and his Greco name read Sim Impeses. This name was given to Simhaket by Manetho. The monuments of the king, Sermet, and the ivory label of the king, Serhamhet. The events that were inscribed in the first dynasty's year labels could be divided into three subjects in order to their frequency: religious ceremonies, royal visits, scenes of military activity. Now, I'm not going to go all the way into this, but if you see this Ptah aspects and the priestly kingly aspects are here in the Simhaket. Now, I gave all of that. I'm going to turn it over to Ross Cipher, but I just want to show this quick video that we've watched multiple times, but I want you to listen to the language again, because that is the key component in all that we have been talking about. The Ptah, the legacy, and the dynastical truths that are hidden in the scriptures. So when we hit this Ethiopian kings list, with Simhaket, it's important. So I'll show this. This is
Mary Magdala. Even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was, the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. They write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught, because people will not obey us as the imperial power.
King David Studio podcast.
I have with me here someone I hold very highly, whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and it's a privilege. What is your African name?
Nekrofo. Matole Nekrofo Mutsega.
Nekrofo.
Yes.
Wow.
Nekrofo, you'll find that name amongst the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Nekrufes.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely somebody must have given.
It's my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes. In all my family, every household will have a child called Kirufo.
Okay.
Kirufo. Like his Kirufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kirufo. And my younger sister was also Kirufo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh.
Yeah.
But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that.
Yeah, Nekirufes.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization.
Got you.
But from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Munomuki, Mwana Mutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were, and the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopia, all these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated at the source of the Nile. But you see, from the time of Abraham, who was a colonialist, you have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then you have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then you have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, you won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta.
Okay. Oh, from where they're from.
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha Kapta, the land of God Ptah. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum. That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. They are histories that with Romeo and Juliet. somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptolemy, Mary Amun. Those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptolemy becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church.
Mute your phone, please.
Of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist?
Verlon Roberts, please mute your phone.
Exist. That Christianity comes from Africa. And then which is called, but the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has actually what Jesus was of Ptolemy, Mary Amun. That's those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptolemy becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam.
Mhm.
And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the Great Kara Solar Brotherhood to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the Great Solar Society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this Great Solar Society was called, were called the Servants of the Sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek, Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were access esoteric to propagate. So where to Ethiopia anyway is that, but the other thing that people don't realize is that Greek was known was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptah Lamu, Mary Amun. That's those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptah Lamu becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the great Kara, Solar brother.
We're not hearing you, Russ. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Russ Lazarus. No sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what I wanted to show at the end was the name that we tracked off of the Ethiopian's kings list. Serhemket was the first Egyptian king with the fully developed. Now, the title that was given to the Christ under Ptah, the Heru, the Ptah, this is the title that is given to Serhemket in the beginnings, right? But as you get to Serhemket, you get to another title that's put here. And he's given the baboon that's called the Hedwer, the Great White. So the Europeans then turned this into the Great White Brotherhood, of Melchizedek. So a lot of times in your esoteric and your metaphysical books, you'll start to see what's called the Great White Hood Brotherhood of Melchizedek. But they channel it back through Tahuti or Dejahuti, but they take it back to the great temple of Ptah, the Vulcan. And so I'm just giving you terminology because as you go through many books and texts of the metaphysical science and how the Europeans have taken it all the way into what they call the Rosicrucian orders and so forth, they start saying the terminology, the Great White Brotherhood. And a lot of times it throws a lot of people off because they don't know where it comes from. And only 17 seals of King Simkeret were found by Petrie. Now, this is important for many of you who have been tracking what we've done in the studies, where we've shown one of the main things of the findings of Petrie. And the findings of Petrie was Petrie went looking for the Mount Sinai. Went looking for Mount Sinai. He went looking for Mount Sinai. And there he found the temple of Hathor, the Het Heru. And he found that this temple had been there many years, all the way back to the first dynasty. Now, in the same aspect, you have Melchizedek's grandson, Balaam, is designated as coming from Mount Sinai itself. And when you start to track this into the Star King aspects, we've shown many of times that this sacred Ethiopian lineage, and you've seen that the elder spoke about the Miriamun, and that his name would have been Yahshua ben Miriamun, coming through the mother lineage, coming through that mitochondria. So this is why when you hear us go through the lessons, we speak about all of the biblical patriarchs going through the Cushite woman to obtain birthright to a heritage. Abraham, Sarah, Hagar, Keturah. Sarah means princess, goes back to Sebek Nefu. Hagar takes you into Kemet, into Egypt, so that's another Cushite princess. Keturah takes you into the Midian, which takes you to Ethiopian, that's another Cushite princess. When we go down the line through Isaac all the way into the Jacob lineages, you run into Cushite princesses again. When you come to the story of Joseph in the Bible, of the 12 sons of Israel or Jacob, Joseph marries Asenath, another Ethiopian Cushite princess. When we break it all the way down to the lineages and we go to the stories of Moses, Moses is supposed to marry another Cushite Ethiopian princess, Zipporah. So we're tracking that the throne right and the birthright is coming through these Ethiopian princesses. When we take this to the story of Solomon and David, and we take it to the Kebra Nagas, and we're able to track that in that time period, they give you a story of a high priest for Israel called Abiathar. You're told about this Israelite priest named Abiathar. But Abiathar is replaced by a priest called Zadok. Now here they go through the lineage and they're tracking and they're trying to figure it out. but they realized that Zadok can only be a Canaanite. Well, Melchizedek was king of the Canaanites, king of Salem. So now what happens is you get a double-edged story that happens in David and Solomon. David has to marry into the throne right. So you hear that David has children, but until he gets with Bathsheba or Beta Israel, Beta Sheba, Bathsheba, house of Sheba, he doesn't have throne right. This is why when David has Solomon, a son of the Canaanite Sheba Cushite line, Solomon is given the throne right over David's other children. They want to war because they can't understand how Solomon is given the throne right. But Nathan, David, and Zadok, king, prophet, and priest, anoint Solomon. So here comes your three pillars, king, prophet, and priest. They anoint Solomon. Solomon then is a son of a Canaanite woman, meaning he's a Canaanite king. Zadok then replaces Abiathar. So they say when David subjugated the Canaanite population that had not been conquered in days of Joshua and during the period of Judges, he put them to forced labor. This is what they say. Later on, the writers of Kings declare that the remnant of the Canaanite population was still under forced labor in the days of Solomon. All the people who were left were Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and the Jebusites. So you hear that the Canaanite people are called Jebusites, who were not the people of Israel. They weren't the people of Israel. So they say he forces them. But now let's get down here. According to the book of Genesis, Melchizedek, king of Jerusalem, who was also priest of Elyon, God, the Most High, God of the heavens and earth. The meaning of the name Melchizedek is my king is God, Zedek. And in the book of Hebrew, the name Melchizedek is interpreted to mean king of righteousness. So we see that symbol again, this priestly kingly order. Now, another king of Jerusalem is called Adonai Zedek in Joshua 10. The meaning of the name Adonai or Adonai Zedek is my Lord, the God Zedek. Thus, the names Zedek or Zadok are associated with the Canaanite god Zedek. When David conquered Jerusalem and made it the capital of the united monarchy, he named the city after himself, the city of David. He became the king of Jerusalem and also assumed the duties of the priest of the cult there. And this is the meaning of the expressions in Psalms 110, you are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. David and his descendants offered sacrifice in Jerusalem because they were priests. They were priests not because they were Levites, but because they were priests after the tradition established by Melchizedek, king of Jerusalem. Thus, David appointed Abiathar to serve as the priest for the Israelite population and Zadok to be the priest for the Canaanite population who lived in Jerusalem. Zadok also served in the tabernacle that was at Gibeon. The Gibeonites were the Canaanites, people who deceived Israel in the days of Joshua. This is what they say now. After Abiathar was banished to Ananoth, Zadok became the sole priest for the nation. So now you have a Canaanite priest and a Canaanite king. And then the son of Zadok has a vision. Who's the son of Zadok? Azariah. Azariah has a vision that the Ark of the Covenant is going to Ethiopia. This is your Kebra Nagas. So now this Cushite lineage from the sisters, the women, the queen, mothers, because that's a Cushite tradition. You can only obtain the throne through the Cushite woman. And when you read the scripture, you see them following a Cushite tradition all the way through. And the children of these Cushite women are marked under Sothic star knowledge. And this is where the kingship comes from. This is the rightful rulers. But when they create religion and they create the fictional character Jesus, they then remove the Davidical Melchizedek lineage and they place the power in Peter and say that the church is keepers of the royal throne because they are keepers of the story of Jesus. And they stole the Star Kingdom, the Star King's rightful place on earth. So what is our star knowledge? And I leave it there for our cycle to come in. Give thanks. Stop sharing. I don't know why this is doing this.
Yes, Honourable. Give thanks, Ras Lazarus, for a good build and a solid foundation, you know? Yeah, very good on it. Wow. Yeah, well, I actually prepared as we spoke last week, that I would come in and try and give some star knowledge and where the different cycles come in together, you know, where we can differentiate the knowledge in the Bible, where we would know which kind of knowledge we're talking about, whether it is the solar knowledge or whether it is the equinoctial knowledge. That's what I was kind of prepared for. But where I think I should come in is that beginning with the Peter, the rock of the Peter, with the Pope. And I will probably ask the eye to give me some help here, Ras Lazarus, insofar as the knowledge of the Pope, because with the papal doctrine which the eye is so versed into. And the first thing I would say is that in the Kebra Nagast, which is they say the earliest version of this Kebra Nagast was written in the 6th century, at the time of Kedus Yared, who was the founder of the church. He was the founder of the church way of worship. He came from Lake Tana, and he inherited the knowledge from Lake Tana, which they call the Badhar Hasab. The Badhar Hasab is the deep knowledge of the river, and the Nile, the Lake Tana is the source of the River Nile. So he came from there, and he then created the church rhythms and movements and the sistrum and the maquamia. The maquamia is the stick, which the prayer stick, which the priests move with, and the sistrum, which is an ancient, you know, is an ancient Kemetian instrument, but they use it in the church. One thing I would say about that is that they are moving. If you watch their movements, they're actually the sistrum is actually the second hand. If you watch what they do, they're doing. If you watch how they move it, they're moving it in a second, and then they do it in a second and a half. You know, there's certain movements they do in using the sistrum, and then they use the drum with the sistrum and the maquamia, which is the staff. They dance, and this is to mimic David. This is because this is the Africanness of the Davidic element within the church, is the use of the sistrum, the drum, and the maquamia. So that is maintaining the African roots in using that. So that came around in the time of Kedus Yared. Well, they say now that the Kebra Nagas was redacted in the 14th century, at the end of the 13th century and the beginning of the 14th century. And then it was redacted because that is when the Solomonic kingship had been reinstated, or from the end of the 12th century going into the 13th century with Kedus Tekla. He re-established the church after the Zagwe dynasty, which was, I think that finished at 1202, the Zagwe dynasty. So we're just beginning the 13th century. Well, this is when they say that the Kebra Nagas was rewritten. And in that time it was rewritten. And I'm not, it's not particularly I'm saying that, but, that is the general given. But I would say that when Erdemias, His Majesty's grandson, Erdemias Selassie, gave the talk on the Lion of Judah at the Library of Congress in America, he actually claimed that the Kebra Nagas was written. He didn't say rewritten, he said written in the 13th century, end of the 13th century going into the 14th century, which is like 1200s to 1300s. The 14th century, don't forget, is like 1300 and X. 1301 begins the 14th century. So they say that is when the Kebra Nagas was rewritten. When you read the story now in the Kebra Nagas, now this is, I believe, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, Ras, is that I think that's when the Pope claimed the vicarship of Christ in the 14th century at that time. And there'd been a delegation of Ethiopians, and the seat of Rome in that time, the seat of the Rome was in Avignon in France. And a delegation of Ethiopian I would say church people and kind of political type people, went to there and had an audience with the Pope. It was after that that was in 1306. That is when the Knights Templars were disbanded after that. And because it was the King of France, King Philip II of France, who actually caused the disbandment of the Knights Templars. Well, the Knights Templars, obviously, they had that story in Jerusalem, etc. They say they've got history in Ethiopia. They were looking for the Ark of the Covenant, etc. Well, so the point I was making there, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Russ Lazarus. I think that is when the Pope claimed the primacy and the vicarship of Christ. So it wasn't in the 5th century. It wasn't in the 4th century that he actually became where the doctrine of the Soslidet and Hulitlidet doctrine, the nature of Christ, that came about. That's what caused the schism in the 451 Council of Chalcedon. So the claiming of being the vicar of Christ didn't come around until the 14th century. And then in that document of the Kebra Nagas, then it said that Ethiopia was ruling the world all the way to India. And it said the southwest, this is from Jerusalem. So they split Jerusalem into quarters. So 3/4 of Jerusalem belonged to Ethiopia, going north, east, and south. But the Church of Rome took the southwestern quarter. And if you follow the southwestern quarter from Jerusalem, it takes you to Egypt. It takes you to the pyramids. And they allegedly ruled all the way down. The Roman Empire in the 14th century ruled all the way down to Abydos, down into the southern upper, what they call Upper Egypt. Can you just clarify, Russ, whether the Pope did claim his primacy from that as the Vicar of Christ from that period? Am I correct in that? Russ Lazarus? Oh, he's gone away. Yeah, well, anyway, so the point is.
Unmute. Let me look it up. I'm not going to say exactly. I believe it is about that time, but I love what you put there, because imagine the Knight Templars realizing the authority of the church really belongs to Ethiopia, and they're the holders of that secret, and they become engulfed in certain texts that are coming out of Ethiopia, which challenge of the Pope or the authority of the French royal claim and England, because they try to claim the Davidical, but the Davidical authority went with Ethiopia, and that's why we just had that discussion. So the Pope's claim of the Vicar of Christ, and I think it was in 15, let's see.
Well, I think that it was
the Pope did call themselves the Vicar of Christ in about the 5th century. This title caught on for all the bishops. The first time we see it applied to a bishop of Rome, though not exclusive to him, is with Galasius in 490s. The first time we see it being reserved exclusively to the bishops of Rome is the Innocents the Third, is about 1200. And the pastoristic sources tend to make an analogy to the Trinity when describing the relationship. Who does it last come under? Okay, only in about the 12th century, as the entire understandings of the papacy has shifted to being the pinnacle of the Christendom, rather than the Bishop of Rome, and exercising the primacy within the College of Bishops. As first among equals, did the popes reserve the title, the Vicar of Christ, to themselves. So yeah, in the 12th century, this is when the Pope reserved the title to themselves.
Okay, yes.
This change was inspired by Bernard of Clairvaux, who said to the Pope at one point, the Pope is the unique Vicar of Christ who presides over not a single people, but over all. You have been entrusted with the stewardship over the world, not given possession of it. There is no poison more dangerous for you, no sword more deadly than the passion to rule. This is in the context, in fact, of acknowledging that all bishops are vicars of Christ in their own diocese, but that the Pope, while also being exactly the same in that, is also vicar of Christ universally. This is about the time of the idea of universal jurisdiction beginning to develop. Within a few years of Bernard's death, though, the distinction is lost and popes emphasize a unique claim to the title. And in the 1960s, within Vatican II, this title was restored to all bishops.
Yes, King.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's very interesting. Because why I brought that up is because in making that claim there, and then making the claim to the primacy of Peter, it then brings us to where at that period of time they became rulers up to the place called Com Ombo, which was in Upper Egypt. And this now brings us to the 12th and 13th dynasties, Russ. Amenemhet III. You see here now. See what is interesting about this is that the place where the Pope ruled up to, which encompassed Egypt up to Upper Egypt, was a place where Amenemhet III built a temple. And this temple was the beginning of the Sobek crocodile temples. You know, when they reinstated the Sobek, because there was a dispute going on in Egypt around that time. That's when it began. Now, that place is in the region. I'm going to read it to you. What is interesting about the above temple built by Amenemhet III, who is also reported to have exploited the quarries of Egypt. Now, at that place at Ombos, or Komombo, it is also called Gebel, which is the mountain Al-Silsila. Now, this is the root of the word Selassie. You see this Silsila? We see when you're reading the Bible and you're reading in the Psalms, you say, "Oh, Sela." This is where it comes from, because it was the place of the rock quarries. It was a quarry where they used to cut the rocks from at the place at this Ombos, and it was straddling the River Nile. It was a mountain range either side of the River Nile. Now, this is where Amenemhet built his temple. That is where it's close to Abydos. Abydos is the watery abyss, where I was speaking to the other day about the 10 kings who came from Abydos, because it is the watery abyss. It is the place where the transfer of the heavens to the earth is going on. This is what it is. And the rock is this mountain called Gebel al-Silsila. Now, this is the region that the Pope, taken from Jerusalem, taking the southwest quarter of Jerusalem, which you'll read in the Kebra Nagas, coming down, the line coming from the southwest comes straight out of Jerusalem, straight to the Giza pyramids, and then down the Nile to this place. And this is where the rock is. This is the place of the rock. So when he built his church on the rock of Peter, he's building his church on the rock of Amenemhet III. Because this is where the Sobek kings are coming in. And this is where Abraham comes in the picture at this time. This is before Abraham, but it's within 100 years of Abraham coming into the picture. This is about 1950, them time there, and it comes down to not 1950, it's about 1850, 1870, and then it comes down to 1770. And this is where the conflict is going on in Kemet. Now, when our European scholars are giving us their interpretation of all these things, like when they're giving us the interpretation of all these names, like Sekhmet, who you spoke about earlier on, Sekhmet, they've got different, you can read different people using different variations of that name. Different scholars use different variations of that name. They don't all use the same name. They spell it different, because they're only speculating on it, right? But so this now is the place of the power of Abydos, where the Thinite kings come from, where Moses came from when he went back to expel the Hyksos. He came from there. He came from down there in the south. So this here now is what is brought into the Hebrews Bible as Selah, right? Because and if you read in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 1, Selah is said to mean rock. So that is used extensively in the Psalms of David. And then we've got Psalm 118, that the stone that the builders refused will become the headstone of the corner, which is the southern wall of the white wall theology. Now, we spoke about the white wall theology. Yeah, the brother there who you just put on the screen there, the South African brother there, he spoke about the White House or the White Wall. I don't know if it was him or the Iras who mentioned the White Wall. I think it might have been the eye, but it was the White Wall theology. So where I wanted to bring this to is that this is the foundation. This is the African or the Ethiopian knowledge, and where you can see how far they're going back to actually to piggyback onto the knowledge, and they're using it, because even down to there's an old, they've took obelisks from Egypt. They've got them in Rome, they've got them in Paris, they've got them in London. The one they have in London belongs to this Amenemhet III. This is who it belongs to. The pyramid that they've got down on the banks of the River Thames belongs to this pharaoh here. So they definitely know what they're doing. They're actually stealing the science from these particular times. Now, this white wall theology, I've spoke to the item about it before, is a specific continental wide theology. Because in Ghana, you've got a Asantehene. Asantehene means the great white house of the Ashanti. And you've also got a Henfie. A Henfie, again, we've got that same word, a Asantehene. And then we've got a Henfie, which is the people, the same Akan people. The people are the Ashanti and the Fanti, they're all Akan people. They're all using this same white wall theology. Now, that is called the Great White House. A Henfie means the Great White House. So we're talking about this African root of this thing. And what I would really, so that's just continuing on from the eye, Ras Lazarus, what the eye was showing, teaching today. Because where I really wanted to go, even though I want to talk, I can go into a lot of science quite easily and show you. I mean, even now the brother said, oh, the idea of Adam taking a rib is a load of rubbish. It is in the physical sense, but as I've showed the eye before, the rib is to do with the Shabaka stone having 11 ribs, and then taking one of the ribs from the 11 and making it a 10 rib paradigm, and then adding the rib that's been taken from the 11 to make the 10. You then add that you make another wheel and add the rib that's been removed, you add it to the 12. So you see that is the male, because what you've got is the rib of the 10 is the male representing the solar, and then you've given the rib to the female, which is representing the lunar, which gives us the precession of the equinoxes, because the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 10 signs of the zodiac, where you see Abraham, he conquered the 10 kings, because that is conquering the knowledge of the 10 wheels, the 10 rib zodiac. So it's not rubbish at all. What the idea of the ribs, it's scientific. But if you try to just listen to the literal story, of course it's rubbish. But in the science, it's not rubbish, because this is what we're dealing with. The Shabaka stone is begins with 11 ribs. I mean, I can go through this and show it, but what I wanted to do really before I went into any science, and whether it's even necessary to go into the science, you would have to let me know if that's what the IDM would like to do, if you want me to go into the science. But really, what I want to talk about is the Africanness of the whole thing, of the whole Bible. Like the brother who was teaching there, he said, that St. Anthony said that the whole origin of the Bible is an African thing, because we can go back into if we just go back into the knowledge of the Yoruba, Ife Ile Ife. If we go into the knowledge of that, and you've got Oduduwa, he created the first human beings. Well, in Sumer, the person who created the human beings was called Lamurudu, right? These are all the same name. And also, there was also a god called Obatala, because he then he actually fashioned the man, or man and woman, out of clay. Well, he's equivalent to the same god Num in Kemet, and is also equivalent to the same god Enki in Sumer. They've all got the same creational role in fashioning human beings out of the clay, or out of the mud. And then Enki has also got a counterpart called Ea, E-A, Ea. I suppose you pronounce it Ea. Maybe you do. But, that is the water aspect. So that water aspect, if you know the story of the Yoruba creation story, you will see that the male deity created the rocks and the stones, from the fire and the volcanic creation of the world, and they left the woman out. But then they realized that they needed the woman, and so then they brought the woman in. Well, this is the same in Sumer. It's called Ea. Well, in the Yoruba, they now bring in the Orisha. So this is where they're bringing. So the Orishas now are, and how many Orishas are there? There are 12 Orishas. So the 12 Orishas we're bringing the same creation story around the zodiac, because we're dealing with the 12 signs of the zodiac. So whatever culture we're dealing with, and whatever language we're dealing with, there is a general knowledge which they're all tapping into with a different language basis. They're giving these gods different names, but they're dealing with the same science. So this is the science that we're all dealing with now. And then another thing with the Orishas, you've got the 12 Orishas, and then they've got their emissaries, right? Well, there's 400, there's 700, there's 1,440 emissaries of the Orishas. Well, those values, but they're in different traditions. Like they don't all say the same thing, but these values come up in the different stories of the Orishas. Well, those values, we've got the 400. We've got as the 400 years, which is attributed to Abraham, which they said that the followers of Abraham would go into slavery for 400 years. The 700, I'm not sure how they get to the 700. I can't work that one out, where they get the number 700 from. But the other number they've got is 1,440. Well, 1,440 is the entrance into the world. That is because there's 24 hours in a day, and there's 60 minutes in an hour, and 24 times 60 gives you 1,440. So we're dealing with time. So all of these stories are carriages of the knowledge, And then also in Togo, well, Togo is Ghana, but Togo is the French-speaking part of Ghana. You know, that's where the French colonized. They call it Togo. They call the people Togolese. But they have a story of um the golden child and the silver child, and they're two boys. Well, the sun, that's the sun and the moon. You see, because what they actually, the sun and the moon, when you're going from day to night, every day there is not a conflict, but there is a happening. There's a machination going on which turns day into night and night into day. So then you have the moon and the sun. So this machination, what's going on between them, is not a struggle. It's a harmony, and how they work. Well, the story goes of the story of the in the Togolese story of the golden child, is that the powerful God, the creator. Now we're back to the creator. They call him Nyami. Nyami wanted a wife, so he gathered four women together. One of them, her name was Coco. He said to her, "What can you do for me?" She said, "Oh, well, I can keep your house, I can clean it, I can control your servants." The next one, he said to her, "What can you do for me?" She said, "Oh, I can make good food for you." The next one, she said, "Oh, I can take the cotton and from the ground, and I can spin and weave for you." And then the fourth one said, "Oh, I can give you children." So he married the fourth one. So so he married the fourth one. His woman became pregnant with these two children. Don't forget, he's the God, creator God, you know. This is the story of creation again. So he became pregnant. She became pregnant, and then he had to go away. When he went away, the Coco, the one who had actually become the Coco, the one who was the who said she could, what did Coco say she could do? She could keep the house clean and control. She actually became the maid to the queen. You know, she became the maid to Coco, to Niami's wife, and she, you know, a lady in waiting. So where she became the lady in waiting now, when Niami had to go away, my girl now, Coco, the wife gave birth to her children. So what Coco did, when the children were born, she stole the children, she put them in a basket, and went and put them in a tree, and then replaced the children from the crib, from the nursery. She went and put two ugly toads in there in replace of the children. So the two ugly toads now, when Niami come back and he found the ugly toads, he was upset. And so eventually he got so upset that he ordered that the toads were killed, and he had his woman banished and had her locked in, locked in the village or wherever, in the town or wherever she lived, in the house. She was locked in there for her life. So now the basket now doesn't this here we've got the Moses story. So the basket in the tree, now we've got the basket in the tree of knowledge. Along came a hunter who was out hunting. So we've got this is Orion. We've got the stars of Orion now, the hunter. He now was out hunting, and he found the two babies in the tree. So he took them home to his wife and cared for them. But because they were made out of silver and gold, they could, when they got older, they could just rub their arms and give him gold and silver so that they could live. You know, they could eat and that's how they sustain themselves, through rubbing the gold off of the gold and the silver off of these two children. And then he kept them all their life. But then there came a time when that the hunter's wife said to him, "Who's the hunter's wife?" The hunter's wife is Sirius, the Sirius star. The hunter's wife said, "You're going to have to give him back. You're going to have to give them children back. You know they belong to Nyami, the creator." So they eventually took them back to the gates. Oh, and also Niami, where he lived on the pink clouds. He lived up in the sky above the pink clouds. Well, what are the pink clouds? It's where do you see pink clouds? You only see the pink clouds when the sun is setting, right? When you see clouds in the sky and they become pink, it's when the sun is setting. So they took the children back to the to the gates of heaven, or the gates where we're to Niami's gate, and Niami come out there and saw his children at the gate, and so he realized he had his children. So now he's gone back in his yard. He's released his wife from prison, right, which is Mother Earth. He's released her from the prison, and he's got Coco, the one who remained in his house, the one who took the children away. He took the children. He took her and he banished her, and he had her, and she turned into a chicken. And then all the other chickens attacked her and everything, like, so she couldn't create an egg. She could never lay an egg because she was under attack all the while. So there we see that she was unable to reproduce, so that they'd conquered the evil, you see. So this creation story is an African story. These are just basic fairy tales which hold the whole heap of knowledge of creation. So we come back to these stories now in the Bible, and we're even coming into the stories of the creation from Ethiop, Ethel, who became Ethiop, and then he had the 12 children, the 12 kings that followed him. Well, we're seeing the same story, but what's important about Ethel is we're seeing it at the time of the transition, where there was an upheaval, where they actually said in the where they've the people who have been evaluating the Egyptian history, like who have interpreted this history. He said this is Marriott Bey. He's a 19th century Egyptologist, right? He said in the Hebrew, the oldest Ethiopic script, Ge'ez, the spelling of Selassie or Selassie is the name of the royal family, as Marriott Bey had suspected above, and the power of the Trinity. All right, hang on. Hang on. So we're Marriott Bey. Let's see what he says, because he said that there was. Oh, right, yeah. This is Marriott Bey said that there was a. Right, yeah, this is it. Listen to this. In Gerald Massey's examination of the period of Queen Sobek Nefru and subsequent usage of the Sobek name that became frequent, he quoted Marriott Bey's conclusion that two families must have been enemies over the period. One family name compounded with Osiris and Amen, and the other, Sobek, being more ancient. You see, now the Sobek was more ancient, because what the Sobek is dealing with is the solar power. Now, Osiris and Amen are dealing with the equinoctial power, because where the sun dies every day and goes down into the underworld and then goes through the underworld, which is Osiris, and then he rises again. Then he rises again. But where this rise is happening is at the time of 2455 BC, because this is where is the beginning of the change, the transition into from the age of Taurus, which is Osiris, into the age of Amen, which is Aries. So we're seeing this thing happening in that time. But what else has happened? Now, you know, where you spoke about Russ Lazarus, you showed there that the first dynasty, you know, you went into the first dynasty, 2900 and something, you went into the first dynasty. We're in the Ethiopian knowledge, in the Ethiopian king list, there is no, that is the interregnum. That is the 500 years from Solomon to the dynasty of Cam. There's a 500-year, there is no kingship there according to the Ethiopian record. But what you read was the Egyptian record, where they're saying that something, you know, it came down from 2900. The numbers that you had there was 29 something, just nearly 3000 BC. But what happened there? What happened at 3000 BC or 3100? That's when they say that the first dynasty began with Menes, Menes, or the Scorpion King, they called him. What else did they call him? He had another name. The Scorpion King, the Menes, and he had another name. But anyway, but what happened there? Well, I know what happened there. There was a change of the pole star. It changed from Kurban, Cuban. It changed from Cuban. It changed to Kuban at that time. It had been another star over the north pole. You know, there'll always be a star over the North Pole around the heaven. There was a star change there. The pole star changed because it changes 7 times within a 26,000 year period, and this is why you have seven in the Ethiopian church. You have 7 stations of the cross, but in the solar energy, you've got the 7 stations of Seshat. It is the amount of times that the pole star changes. That's what they're dealing with, the pole star. And in that period, over 26,000 years, it changes 7 times. And then they have those 7 times that it changes. They have period. They have periods. What they call what do they call them? The periods where it changes 7 times. They call it the 7 steps of Abraham, right? Well, let me just show you that, the 7 steps of Abraham, because those that they relate it to Abraham, because all of this stuff, I don't know about the stories, because the stories are only carrying the science, but the 7 stages of Abraham, I've got it here, is 7 steps of Abraham, page 105. Page 105, right. Let me just show you this. Can you see this, family? Are you seeing clearly what I'm showing the item? Can anyone give me an answer?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody, can you hear?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, yes.
Yeah, we're seeing it clearly.
Okay, and can you see what I'm showing you on the screen here? Let me make it bigger.
Yeah, not right now. The screen gone off right now.
It's gone off?
Yeah.
You can't see the screen?
No.
Hold on. Right, can you see that?
Yeah.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, look, now this is from the Ancient Egypt Light of the World, Book 9 of Gerald Massey. He says, now I'm talking about the pole star changing, right? It changes 7 times in 26,000 years. So thus, it says here, look, thus the sustainer at the pole as a power was able to stand on 1 foot for the period of 3,714 years on end. This is from the Bhagavata Purana, chapter 8. There are 7 mountain peaks and 7 footprints. And a footprint on the peak is the symbol of a station in procession. 7 footprints were assigned to Abraham. These are depicted on the south side of the Sakra rock at Jerusalem and were shown to Nazir-i Khusran in the year 1047 AD. So this is obviously he's got it from this Pilgrim Society for 1814 47 1888, right? But this is if you multiply if you divide that by 7, actually, if you divide 3,714 by 7, let's do it. Right? 3,714 divided by 7. No, not divided by 7, multiplied by 7. Sorry. Let me count. Multiplied by 7 gives you 25,998. You see, 26,000 years, two years off of 26,000 years. So this is what they're saying is the measurement. But what I found is in deciphering the Shabaka stone that isn't so, because there are 7 footprints. It changes 7 times, but it changes every 3,090 years, and that is why, and I'll show you mathematically how it's done. But that's why, Ras, why you've got the first dynasty in Egypt starting at 3,100 BC, between 3,100 and 3,200, is because there is 20,160 years, actually. It's not, and 21,630 years divided by 7 is 3,090. Now that brings us to the period of where you was talking about what they're saying is the beginning of they're saying that is the beginning of what do you call it? That is the beginning of the first dynasty of Egypt. But we know that wasn't the beginning of the first dynasty of Egypt, because the Ethiopian king list goes back 4,470 years, right? So there is, but what did happen, that is where the pole star has actually completed its transition, because it takes 500 years to make its transition. So the next change began in 500 BC. It changed to the star Polaris, but it didn't complete until the 0 degrees, down to year 0. So the 500 years BC down to year 0. And the reason that now I'm saying this is because it's not the reason I'm saying, but it's an observation that I've made, is that whenever there's a severe or a very significant pole star or astronomical event, you will see that Egypt has been invaded. They say that the temple at Jerusalem, or the Solomon temple, they say it became destroyed at 587 BC to 569, I think it is. Like within that period, it became destroyed because it's coming down to that pole star period. And then who interjected into there is where the Persians came in and overtook Egypt, because it was to do with the pole star. So now when Abraham came in, he came in relative to the pole star change at the other end, which was at 3090. But he didn't. He actually came in at 1770. Well, if you take 1770 from 3090, you get 1320. 1320 is a specific value to which is the scepter of power, right? As we call, like, Ragel is the angel of the scepter of power. It's been brought down from the heavens. It is the power of the king. It is his scepter. And what I'm going to do now, I've shown you this before, but I'm going to show you how to bring the scepter down from heaven, and I'll show you where you get the value 1370. But before I do that, I will just take you to right. That's 39. Where's 39? Because I want to show you where you see this is a footnote. What I've just showed you here is a footnote, right? Of Gerald Massey. Are you still seeing it? Is it still in view?
Yes, sir. It's in view.
You can still see it, King?
Yeah.
Yeah? I can't hear anybody.
Yes, I.
Page 105. 7 footprints of Abraham. Right, that's 105. Where did I get that from? Oh, the mountain, 7 footprints on it. Right, that's at the end. Okay. All right, family. Can you see this now? What I'm showing you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, King. Right. Now, so what we're dealing with now is the 7 footsteps of Abraham, right? Now, when His Majesty made the church autocephalous in 1952 of the Ethiopian calendar, there is this number 787. Now, where this number comes from is 787 times 5 is hang on, let me just do it. Let me just tell you where that number comes from. 787 is 3 times 5 equals, no, that can't be it. Hang on, 787. Where do I get 7? Oh, right, yeah. 787 is 2,363 divided by 3. That's what that is. 2,363 divided by 3 equals, no, that ain't it. Hang on. Where did I get that from? 787. 787. How do I get 787? 7.6. Oh, come on. I can't think how I get the 787. It's I'd have to go through the maths and show you. I'd have to show you. I'd have to go back to the and show what I've got to show you is how the scepter is brought down from heaven, and then I will, if I show you how the scepter is brought down from heaven, then I'll see the 787 because it's there. So that would be around 60. Right. There it is, yeah. Sorry about this, family. Right, because now we've got the 6,000, 3,090 years. So we've got to bring that down. Okay. That's the 10 rib ages this here. $21,630 divided by 10 gives us 2,163. 2,163, that's what it is, I think. 2,163, is it? Divided by 3 equals, no. So it must be 2,363, is it? 2,363 divided by 3 equals, yeah, right, yes, that's it. Right, okay, I've got it. Right. So that is, so what happens now? You saw that number that they said that the 7 stations of the cross was 25,993. Well, in the Shabaka stone, it is 25,009. Here it is. It is 21,593, right? Because what we've got is there's 11, we're talking about the Shabaka stone. There's 11 ages of the stone, right? Let me make this bigger so I can show it to the eye, like, because it's written here, right? So here, are you seeing the clear? Are you seeing the screen? There's 25,993 is 2,363. 25 is 26,000 divided by 11 is 2,363 because the Shabaka stone has got 11 ribs. So if we divide 26,000 by 11, it gives us 25,993. So what we know from the Shabaka stone and from the Saqqara complex, which was built by Imhotep, that there's a value called 4,363. That 4,363 is the 4,363 is the number of panels that they've built around the Saqqara complex, because it is the sidereal, which is the measurement of the stars and the solar measurements, and those combined come to 4,363. Now this is all tied to the Sphinx. This is to do with the Riharakata, what the brothers, you see, the Riharakata, right? That is what the brother there from South Africa was just talking about, the Sphinx, the lion Sphinx. So that 3,000, that 2,000, 25,993 from 11 ages to 10, right? So we've got the sacred temple, 25,900 is the Keni Mahalet, or the Katira, the outer boundary wall, minus 4,363, which is the solar and sidereal measurements of the Saqqara complex. If we take that 4,363 from 25,993, it gives us 21,630. If we divide that by 7, now don't forget, they said that in the 25,998, and they divided it 7 times, and it gave us 3,714. This is what Gerald Massey has said. This is what these ancient people have said. But the Shabaka stone doesn't say that. The Shabaka stone gives us the same number within 5 years, but we're dealing with the 11 ages, and we're taking it down to 10, because we've taken a rib from the zodiac and we've given it to the 10. We've given it to the 10 paradigm. So now the 10 paradigm is the paradise. This is the lost information that the world has lost. This is what the people were trying to find back, what the Egyptians, the knowledge of the Egyptians, which is lost. This is it. Now, this 25,993 minus 4,363 gives us 21,630. Now, if we divide that by 7, it gives us 3,090. This takes us to 3,090 BC. Where Ras Lazarus just told us that the dynasty 1 begins, because it is the hidden power. But there's another 363, because there's actually 8. There's actually 363. There's 8 3090s in there, but one of those 3090s belongs to the body of the female. So we've got the 7 powers which belong to the male, and we've got the 1 3090 which belongs to the body of the female. So that, if we then add that 3090, the body of the female, to the male, right? It is the 21,630. Those are the 7 male powers. If we add the 8th to it, we get 24,720. Now, if we now to add, we've got to get through 26,000 years. So we're short of 26,000 years. So if we had 1,320 years to that, it takes us to 26,033, right? It gives us to 26,033, because we have to go over. We've got to go through to the higher heaven. We can't stay in the lower region. We have to, when we're doing this age science, it cannot be, if you're going around in a cycle, the cycle isn't finished until you've gone through the cycle, until you've gone through the 0, until you've gone through the 26,000 years. So if we add 40 years to the 25,993, it gives us 26,033. Now, why do we add 40 years? The reason we add 40 years is because we have, the reason we've added 40 years is because of the obliquity of the ecliptic, right? I spoke to you about this the other day, Ras Lazarus, or when we did it last week. We spoke about the obliquity of the ecliptic. Where is the picture? I've got it here. I want to show the item. The obliquity of the ecliptic is here. Right, I'm going to show you the obliquity of the ecliptic. This is what is happening at the pole of the Earth. This is the pole of the Earth going through here. This is the top of the Earth. Now, where the Earth wobbles, it takes 40 years. This goes from one side to the other. This actually, you see, this rocks this way. This is the top of the Earth. This is the pole of the Earth. Now, this has gone over 22 degrees, right? And it got, or it's actually 20 degrees. Because it takes 40 years, but it adds 1 degree. It adds 1 degree. Let me make that bigger, if I can. It has 1 degree. You see, it's got 22 degrees because it has 1 degree either side for what would you call it? Like it's a parenthesis, like where you put like parentheses around a word. Well, like when you're doing this mathematics, because you're dealing with cycles, there's always 1 degree over the odds. So what the actual total measurement across this circle is 24.5 degrees, because there's 1 degree extra. Now this is the obliquity of the ecliptic. This takes 40 years for the pole of the Earth to go round here. As the Earth is spinning, look, here's the equator. As the Earth is spinning like this, it is also rocking backwards and forwards like this. But it takes 40 to get from there to there because it's going around this thing like here. So for that to reach over this side for the whole of the axis to rock to the other side, it takes 40 years. Now that 40 years is that 40 years is what
You hear me?
is measured. That 40 years is what is measured on top of the 25,993, which gives us 26,033. Because what we've got there is the number of this is the number of the crocodile. The crocodile measurement, this is the Sobek measurement, because the Sobek crocodile has 33 ribs. And the reason that they use these animals in the ancient Kemet, when you see like the hippopotamus or the crocodile or the giraffe or the lion, they use them for their anatomy, because their anatomy, like a lion has got 30 pair of ribs. A crocodile has got 33 pairs of ribs. A giraffe has got 7 vertebrae in its neck. So they use all a hippopotamus has got 19 pairs of ribs. So they use those animals for their numerical values. So if we take the 1313, so from 2470, which is the 8 390s, if we get 2470 and we add 1313, it takes us to 26,033. Well, how do we get to 1320? The reason we get to 1320 is because each station, we've got 7 stations, each station has +1. Because it is a new beginning, like when you're born, you're not 1 until you've done 12 months. You're not 1 until. So every start, if you're using this science, every place of a beginning will give you a +1. So we've got 1313, which takes us to 26 and 33, and it gives us +1. Well, this then takes us to 1320 BC. 1320 BC is the heliacal rising of Sirius, where Sirius A and Sirius B are both measured from that place in time, 1320 BC. And it comes from this, lowering this mathematics to Earth. So this 1320 BC, so this is 0 BC to 1320, this is the scepter of power. This is where it comes from. Now, if we were to take, so this is from 0 BC to 1320. This is the most crucial place in the whole of the 26,000 years. This is it. This is where Sirius A and Sirius B begin. But now what it has given us, it has given us that value. So if we take that value from 3090, because there was a pole star change at 3090, and that is why they say that the first dynasty began there when it didn't. But what it is the last pole star change and it is in the age of Osiris. The age of Osiris doesn't finish until 2455. That's when the age of our men begins. So this 3090, if we take away that 1320 from it, it gives us 1770. Now, this is exactly the age of Abraham. This is when Abraham comes in the picture, right? And this is when the Hyksos invasion happens in ancient Egypt. 1770. They'll tell you it's 1770 that it happens. So I think, personally, I think that Abraham is the head of the Hyksos. I think he's the leader of the Hyksos, you know, when he's gone in there. So what he's done then, why, so how has he married Sarah? Now we're going to go to the, zodiac. I want to show you how he's married Sarah. Is everybody clear with me? Am I making it clear, family?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Following the video where he spoke about Abraham being a colonist. And you're following that line of that star knowledge. Yes, we're right with you.
Okay, King, give thanks. Well, what I want to show you now is the what page is that? 90. I want to show you now how this is right. What I want to do is what I want to do is show you how we can verify it. We can cross-check it, right? We can cross-check that. So 3090, look, here's the age of Osiris. Let me just make this a little bit smaller so you can. Here's the age of Osiris, right? And it finishes at 2455 BC, and it begins the age of Aries. So the 3090 is just, it is what we've got 455, so we've got 500, we've got 600 years there, right? Let's do it on the calculator. Let's have a look. 3090 minus 2455, 635 years, right? So this star change has happened 635 years before the age change, before the cusp of the age. That is when it has happened, right? So it is 635 years. Now, if we take 3039, let's take 3090, right? That's 635, right? We can see it there, up there. Look, we can see it there. So we've got it stored, right? Let's cancel that now. It's still stored there, right? Let's take 3090 divided by 5 is 618, right? Well, that's 618 years and 635 years. There's a 17-year difference. But that 618 years is why they always, because they haven't got this knowledge, they don't have this knowledge. This is why the knowledge of Abraham is up to 600 years out. And if we take from when the Greeks invaded Kemet, they say 330, right? 332. And if we, so let's cancel that now. So they cancelled it at 332. And the Council of Nicaea happened in 325. We've got 657. If we take 618 from 657, sorry, 657 minus 618. It's 39 years, right? So we've got so over 26,000 years, we've got a 39-year discrepancy in working out the difference between, there's a 39-year difference over 26,000 years of there's a 26,000, there's a 39-year difference of 600 years. This 600 years from the beginning of when the Greeks come in and to the Council of Nicaea. we're actually within half a degree, because 236s are 72. So roughly we're in half a degree accuracy over 26,000 years to get the difference between the 3,090 divided by 5 and the addition of the Greco-Roman invasion of and theft of our knowledge. We're in half a degree of accuracy over 26,000 years of them stealing the knowledge. You see what I mean? Because what we've always got to do, because 72 degrees is 72 years is 1 degree of movement. So we're half a degree of movement out over 26,000 years in accuracy, right? To see when this thing happened. Now, but why did we divide the 3,090 by 5? Why did we do that? The reason we did it is because we've come down into the earth of the equinoctial reckoning. Where we've come down into the reckoning of the equinoxes, we've got 12 divisions. Well, we've brought 7 down in the 3,090. That is 7. 3,090 is 21,630. We've brought 7 stations of the cross down, and then we need to bring in the star, like how they're now using the star in Ethiopia, the 5-pointed star in Ethiopia. The reason they're using the 5-pointed star in Ethiopia is because this is the other 5 powers. You see, this is the female power. They've brought it down. They're using it. They're using the power of the mother and the son. They're not using the son. They're not using the father as the son. They're using the mother and the son. So they've brought down, because the mother and son are the 12 ribbed zodiac. That represents the mother and the son. So they've brought that down. Now, can we now prove that this is right? Let's see now. Let me just show you how we can prove it's right. You see this here now? Look, Isis, Sarah. Now, who did Abraham marry to? Sarah. Here she is, right? And who's opposite Isis and Sarah? Osiris. You see, this is the god of the dead, Osiris. This is her. Now, Abraham, who was brought down at 1770. So now Abraham is in the Amen Aries region. He's not in Osiris. He came in at 1770 in this house, the house of Amen Aries. So let's see now now we say we took from the 3,090 the 1330, 1320. Where do we get the 1320 from? It's the power of the scepter. We're making him a king, right? So we took the power of the king, his scepter, we took his power, and we took it from 3,090. It gives us 1,770. Now, let's check now whether this 3,090 is correct, right? So let's get the calculator. 3,090 times 5. Don't forget, right? Because we're using them 5 powers, aren't we? We've used the 5 powers. We've used the small 5 powers, but let's use the macro. That's the micro, what we use, the 600 years. This is the macro. Let's multiply that by 5. 15,450, right? That's 3,090 in the macro, because we're dealing with the 12 powers, right? Here, look, 15,450. What have we got here? Isis, Sarah on the cusp, 15,451. On the balance with what? This is Libra, Marthu, right? Libra. This is the scales. You see how we're in perfect alignment. Now, this scales, right? This is the scales. I'm going to take it off of this picture and show you another one, right? I'll take you another one because we could just go to a better image. I mean, that is, I mean, we can do it with that, but I just want to show you the, oh, is it the other way? Oh, it must be the other way. Sorry, I've gone the wrong way. I'll just show you that how perfect it is, right? Where's the? You can't see the zodiac. It'll be this one. Oh, let me just check. Is it this one? No. I just want to show you that I've got an image of it more, just an image like a proper zodiac image with the scales and everything in it. I don't know where it is. Ah, there it is. Right. Oh, right. Hang on. This is the wrong one. Let me show you this one. No, that one's been, I've messed with that. I just want one that I haven't messed with. No, I haven't got it. Hang on, let me find. I just want to find you a zodiac. Oh, it's too slow. Let's just go back to this. We'll do it without the zodiac. We'll just go back to that one. I'll do it with that. I don't know where that's gone. Right. So anyway, look, this is the balance scales, and this is Aries. This is the ram. Right. I'm sorry I can't show you the picture. I couldn't see it. But this is the balance scale. Now this is perfect, right? This is perfect mathematics, right? Because that's proven that my theory is right, that 3090 is the right value. It's not 3714, what these Gerald Massey and these people who are these astronomers who have done it, back in the day. But this is perfect mathematics. And the reason it's perfect is because I've deciphered the Shabaka stone. It's not me that's made these numbers, it's the Shabaka stone that's made it. Now, this here is 13,285 BC. Now, this is the balance from the balance scales into the house of Neath Virgo. Now, this is September. This is the September, this is October, this is November. You see, now why is this so important? This Isis Sera is because it is in here with Isis Sera that the kings of Ethiopia are crowned. This is why they said in 3090 he was the Scorpion King. Means they said he's the Scorpion King because he's tied to this. He's tied to this house. But can we prove now what can we prove now with this house? Right? What we can prove with this house. This table that I've showed you here, or this wheel that I've showed you here with the dating in it, right? And look here, by the way, before I go on, there's the 1320. Look, 1320 Sirius heliacal rising. You see, 13, 20, 21 Sirius heliacal rising. This is where Sirius A and Sirius B are counted from. This is the most important. This is the beginning of now in the Roman times, they didn't come in. Look, Julius Caesar, not Julius Caesar, the Ptolemies and Alexander the Great, they came in about 30 years before this 289 BC cusp, or 40 years before that cusp, they came in. You see, again, they've come in because they're working with this science. You see, that this is the science. They're working with it. They came in here, and then they've the Roman reckoning, the Roman reckoning starts from this one. You see, that's one BC, zero, or that's not one BC, that's 142 BC. This one here is 142 BC. This is 0 degrees. This is where the 26,000 years is actually ended. And this is 1 AD, or not 1 AD, this is 139 AD, right? Now, this 139 is where the Romans and all the Western world reckoning is all counted from this place here. But where they don't know where it begins is because they haven't got another. To make a ladder, you must have at least two places. They're not sure where the other places are. Well, where I've got the other place from is from the Ethiopian Kings list. This 2,455 is perfect. Although the Orion mystery by Robert Bauval, he claims this date for 2,450, right? He claims this date for 2,450. I'll show you where he does it because because I've used his work. I mean, I use his work quite a lot because he's very good, but he hasn't got he hasn't got the whole page 99. He hasn't got the whole picture, right? But he has got 99. He has got the idea though, because he's got the where's that gone? Oh, it's not on this. Okay, it's here. Right, 99. Oh. I just moved it up so I can. Oh, I need to get that out of the way. I can't move it. This thing is in the way. I'll just show you here what Boval's got. You know, you see these guys, they're all on the right picture. You know, they've got the right idea, but they haven't got the fullness. There's a little bit they're missing because they haven't got the right. They haven't got the knowledge of the Tewahedo. But look, see, he's got here, look, 2,500 BC. The Orion is directly over the pyramids at 2,500 BC, right? It was there at 10,500 BC. It's there at 2,500 BC, and now it's going to be there again. He said at 2,500 AD. You know, Christian era. It's like we're coming up to this period, right? But that we've already been there. We don't need to go there because in 1930, this was perfectly in position over like in the star. If you look at the star map, this Orion in 1930, when His Majesty was coronated, was in perfect alignment with all the longitude. Like these were sitting on longitude and latitude, all these 4 points of it. You know, like the different arms of the Orion. They're sitting perfectly at 1930, and I think it began about like 19, it started about 1870 or something at the new beginning of the age. It actually started putting itself in position, but by 1930 it was in perfect position where the grid lines, you know, the world has got grid lines on it. It's got longitude and latitude grid lines. Well, these points in 1930 are perfectly aligned to all the grid lines over over the pyramids, you know, on His Majesty's Ourstory. So so Borval has got this 25,000, you know, 2,500. Well, we now So he's on, we use these things because he's got, he's definitely got it right. That Orion, the Orion correlation theory is perfect, like he's definitely got it. So but what we've got is we've got the advantage of the Tewaida. We've got the Ethiopian king list, which they haven't got a clue what, because I mean, even the man who printed that Ethiopian king list for His Majesty, that Ray, who His Majesty sent it to, he said, he said it's not much, it's not much help, not a lot of good. What I mean? That's what he said about it. And it's perfectly, as I've just shown you, it's perfectly aligned with the science of the Shabaka stone. What number are we on here? It's perfectly aligned with the Shabaka stone, and it's perfectly aligned with what I'm showing you about this 3090 and how we've brought it down. We've brought the scepter of power down. And what I showed you earlier was where Amenemhet III bringing and that Mariette Bey said that there was a conflict going on between two families. It's not a conflict going on between two families. It's a just a different measurement. Like it's different. There's a different type of measurement. Now, let me just prove now. Again, I want to show and prove to you now that the measurement is perfect, because in that 1770, where we're saying Abraham was there, where we're saying that the Hyksos invaded Kemet at that time at 1770. If we take 1770, and if we add to it 30, right now, we add to it 38,976. Why do we add 38,976? Because it's 26,000 years around one cycle, but it's a cycle and a half, like what it talks about in the book of Daniel, time and time and a half. It's time and a half time. Well, a half time is roughly 13 years. So we're talking about 39,000 years, 26,000 years and a half, 13,000 years. It's roughly 39,000, but it's actually 38,976 precise, right? So if we now take that 38,976 precisely and we add it to this, oh, sorry, 1770 plus 30 plus 38,976 is 40,746. Now, if you remember the other day, Ras Lazarus and Ras Kimian, I was telling the IDM that the order of magnitude of that 40 years around the pole, where I showed you the obliquity of the ecliptic, that 40 years, which is 25,993 plus 40, gives us 26,033. That 40 years, I told you, actually gives you the measurement. That is the movement around the pole of the Earth, but it gives you a measurement around the circumference of the Earth of an order of magnitude between 40,400 and 40,800 years. And that 400 years difference is when I told the IDM, that's why they say that Abraham, his children are going to suffer for 400 years. This is where the 400 years comes from. So what we are here, I said it's between 40,400 and 40,800. And here we are, when we've added those two numbers together, which is another proof. This is the Orion cycle. This is the Orion cycle. This is why Abraham came in at that time. As I said to you earlier, there are periods that these people come in and move onto the land because they are taking over specific scientific dating of astronomical events. So the reason that they came in there is because it is, as I say, the 1770 plus the 38,976 gives us 40,746, which is 54 years off of 40,800. And what is that? So over 40,000 years, it is 0.9 of a degree, 0.9 of a degree out. So it is perfect mathematics, because the Babylon system, they tell you that there's a 216-year margin of error that they use in their dating, right? But they're not talking about these long-term periods of time that we're talking about. They're talking about going over like 3,000 years, 5,000 years, if they're using that, because they do not go any further than 13,000 years. They do not go any further than this. The reason they don't go any further than this is because they're only using this one cycle, but it's a cycle and a half. So what happens when it goes, if you want to change the polarity, if you want to get from, this is the South Pole, this is the North Pole, right? Let me just make this a little bit smaller. This is the North Pole up here. This is the South Pole, right? So if you want to reckon from here, if you want to reckon from the bottom and go around 26,000 years, I don't care how many times you go around there, you're going to keep getting back to zero there. But if you want to change polarity, because you need to, because this is how it works, it has to go back half, right? So you've gone one, you've gone 1.5. Now you've changed the polarity. So because they say, if you read like Gerald Massey, like from Manetho, he said that the sun rose 4 times where it sets and sets 4 times where it rose. It came out of its chambers 4 times where it sets and 4 times where it rose. That means it changes. So what you're talking about is 38,976 years times 4 times, which gives us roughly 156,000 years. Well, 156,000 years, that's when they tell us that modern humans were actually came around, the modern human. I mean, that's what they say. But that's got to be, that's got to be rubbish, because the Igbo people will tell you that their story, they can trace their people back 350,000 to 500,000 years. But this is the Babylon interpretation of things, because they're interpreting time in a linear fashion. We're doing it in cyclical. It's cyclical what we're dealing with, right? And another thing, what I want to show you, Adam, is that in number, we're always talking about Numbers 24, 17 to 19. That gives us the Balaam prophecy, right, of the star of Ethiopia, or the star of out of Israel. But if we go to 24:17, I've told you that before. If we go to 24:17, Numbers 24:17, you will see that Numbers 24:17 you will see that it says, he shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. I don't know if you know that scripture, but that scripture will show you that that scripture will show you this is it. It's the age of Aquarius. He shall pour the water. You see the sign here? He's pouring the water out of his buckets. Where is it? You see? He's pouring the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. It is the symbol of Aquarius. That's Numbers 24:7, right? Well, if we go to Numbers 20, if we go to Numbers 23, 24:7, 23:10, if we go to 23:10, it says, who knows the fourth part of Israel? Right? What page is that on? Oh, it's way up. I think it might be up 109. Who knows the quarter of Israel? Right. Well, what does that mean? Who knows the quarter of Israel? What that means is what that means. I don't know if it's here. Is it here? Who knows the quarter of Israel? What that means anyway, I'll just tell you, it's Numbers 23:10. Who knows the quarter of Israel? And it's the same to do, this is where my brethren's coming in, Balaam, you know. This is all leading up to him making saying the that's telling us that's giving us the image of the man pouring the water out of the buckets, who is his majesty, right? I'll tell you why it's His Majesty in a moment. But that's why he's pouring the water out of his buckets. But the quarter of Israel is because who knows the quarter of Israel? Well, the person who knows the quarter of Israel, when you work out a quarter of Israel, you can work out the whole of Israel, because you only have to work out one quarter and then multiply it by 4, right? To get the knowledge of this star knowledge. So because if we divide 26,000 by 4, we get 6,500, right? And if you read in the Bible, anybody who does this thing, they say, oh, well, the Bible is 6,000 years old. What a load of rubbish. Who can believe in that? How can the world be 6,000 years old when we know that people have been going on for millions of years, right? So it makes the Bible unbelievable. But once you know the quarter of Israel and you multiply the quarter of Israel by 4, you get 26,000, which is 6,500, which makes perfect sense. So this is why we have to teach our brothers and sisters that this Bible is real. And when we're rejecting the Bible, that's what they want us to do, because this is where the knowledge is. This is what they're ruling us with this knowledge, because let me explain this to you. Why His Majesty is so powerful. If you can imagine the world being, let's have a look. What's the percentage of the water percentage of the world? Let's have a look. Let's have a look what the water percentage of the world is. I don't know what it is, but we can soon find out. Let's have a look. Google Earth will tell us. What's that? Right, 71% of the Earth is covered in water, right? So you met or air, look, or yeah, right. Is 80% of life. Right. Why is the Earth, let's say between 71 and 77% water, that the Earth is covered with water, right? Now this is why Mother Earth is so, the Mother Goddess becomes so powerful, because she is the water. The moon controls the water. Well, if you've got a bowl of water in your hand, right? And you fill it up 3/4 of the way, and you want to go for a walk with it, take it, if you live in a high-rise building, take it for a walk down the stairs, and it's heavy. You'd have to go something to make sure you don't spill it, right? You have to be very careful to see you don't spill it. Well, this is what the king is about. The king, ruling in justice and harmony, he controls the water, because he is the one who comes in the clouds. This is why they're waiting for God to come in the clouds, because he controls the water. The clouds pick up the water from the oceans and the rivers, from the moisture from the earth. And then His Majesty, in controlling the earth with justice and harmony, is able to allow the earth to float through the universe without spilling. But when it spills, you get economic collapse. Like why these people can't control the earth, because they've got economic collapse all the time. You know, and let me explain why they've got economic collapse. I can show you exactly how they've got economic collapse. And this is what we as Rastafari, we need to show this to people, right? Not us. I mean, I can only tell you the science of it, but I'm not a what do you call it? I'm not a economist or anything, but economists need to get hold of this. If we could get hold of an economist and show them this, right? We as Rasta people working for His Majesty, we can create a proper economy, because let me show you why it doesn't work. This is the balance of Ma'at, right? If you look now, the Babylon system, they only are talking about the precession of the equinoxes happening every 1460 to 61 years, right? And this is how they've got their world predicated on this. Now, if you look at the numbers here, right, you'll see these numbers repeat: 21, 82, 42. So let's see if we can find it. Look, right. So we've got here, there's 82, there's 82, there's 82, there's 2, there's 2, there's 62, there's 62. Well, if you're going to hold this heavy bowl of water in your hand, and now you've got a judge to keep it central between 2 and 62. You've got to keep that 60 degrees. You've got a hand with your heavy weight of the earth, because don't forget, water is heavy. When it becomes heavy, and the longer you hold it, the more heavy it becomes. You've got to hold that balance between 2 and 62, that you keep it balanced all the while. So you're going down the stairs, you have to adjust it this way, you have to adjust it that way. You've got no fine tuning, you know, you have to choose. Like, you know, you've got to choose between 22 and 82. You've got to choose between 82 and 52. You've got to go between 2 and, you know, you've got to keep this thing balanced, because you're dealing with you're talking with blocks of data. We're talking about computer technology in there as well, you know. We're talking about binary language, right? We've got blocks of values. If you can't fine tune those values, it's like when you're doing computer science, you know, you've got 8 bits is a byte, right? There's 1,000 bytes is a megabyte, you know? So you've got 1,000 bytes, but you've actually got 8,000 bytes, haven't you? Like 8,000 bits. You know, 1,000 bytes is 8,000 bits. You've got to juggle them 8,000 bits and keep it balanced. And it's heavy. It's water, right? Because this is the water stations. These are the serious water stations. This is what controls the earth. But now, and this happens on the equinoxes. This happens on the equinoxes. But this here, this side here, this is
so those who meet a wife at the well.
Yes, King. That's what this is it.
A certain science there. Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Now we're dealing with the wives at the well. This is why they're always having them. But also we've got a mirror thing going on here, right? Because even though this is the serious female who gives birth to the male, this is the male that impregnates the female. This one here, this left-hand column. This is her getting impregnated. This is her giving birth, right? And when she's giving birth, she's just throwing out all that water out of her womb. but we're controlling the seed going into it. You know, we're not getting excited. We've got her under control. We're giving her some pleasure. You know what I mean? With this side here. So, because this is where we impregnate the earth with this one. But look at this now. This is where I've got control. Look at here. 1. Let me make this bigger. Right. Look here. Now we've got to find control. We haven't got no control over this. Right. She's giving birth to that son. But here we've got control over her. We've got every number. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. You see? We've got to fine tune. We've got to control. Now, this is why His Majesty built Ethiopia. It's like in that prayer book, Russ. You know what Ras Hamley has given I, where His Majesty said, we built Ethiopia. What takes 50 years, we've done in 5. You see, he says that to his soldiers, is what he's given them in their prayer book, right? Because this is it. Because he's saying, don't trust me, I'm your intelligence. Trust me, I'm your brain. Because I know this. This is what His Majesty knew. This is what His Majesty showed I. You see? And this is where, as Mahel Safedi, the more that we love His Majesty and the more that we devoted to His Majesty, the more he imbues our intelligence with this knowledge. Because, Russ, where did I get this knowledge from? You think I know anything like this? His Majesty has done this. I didn't do this. You know? I'm just an instrument. You know? But you understand what I'm saying? Can you see the fine tuning? This is where we have to use this to balance the books. This is it. And you know when you do the breathing and all that, when you're doing the thing, and you do the 108 mantras and all those things, which is to do with the breathing, right? Well, this now is the difference between each side, the difference in years from the different values, right? Well, look what it adds up to, 109, which is 108 plus 1, right? You see? Because we're dealing with the science. That number 108, and here if we add all these numbers up, there's 18 columns from 13, 20 and 21, 13, 20 and 21. There's 18 columns to 26,033, right? But here they're adding 1,460. Here we're adding 1,454 plus 6 plus 5 or whatever. Because what we've got here, how we've got the epagomena, the 5 days in the year, where we add the 5 days to the 360 days, and so we get the little month of Pagome. Well, what happens in the micro, which is on the Earth calendar, happens in the macro also. So I've just put the same system in place here, and then I've come up with the elder birth. Here he is. Here's the elder Horus, the crocodile. This is him. This is His Majesty in his earlier manifestation. You see, 26,000 years ago, because His Majesty is the birth. He is the one. He is the Melchizedek. He is the Menfes Kedus. You see. So all of these numbers, but here now, look what we got here: 26,142, right? Because we've gone over. Don't forget, Christ, when they say He was born, they're saying He's born at year 0. He had 30 years of His life and 3 years ministry. Here it is, look, 26,030 years of His life and 3 years ministry. There it is. What we've got here is 26,142. It's too big. But if you know now, that date, that 26,142, is actually 142 BC, right? We've gone 26,000 years. It gives us year 0. We've gone to 142 BC. Well, when the Greeks, Ptolemies, built the Temple of Edfu, guess what year they consecrated it? 142 BC, because they're dealing with this. You see, they've got it wrong. They haven't got they don't have this. This is what the Ethiopians kept secret. The African knowledge, that's what they don't have. So they've stolen it, but they've only stole half the picture. That's why they can't win. That's why His Majesty come and mash them up. Because we got the story. You see, we got the mathematics, Russ. And I'll just show you another thing, just to show you the obliquity of how perfect this is again on another level, right? Is on the obliquity of the ecliptic, which is the oh look, here's that. This is what I was trying to show you, Russ. This is what I was looking for. Look, here's Libra, and here's Aries, here's Pisces, Scorpio, Taurus. You see the scales, it's perfect. So if you was to draw a line through the middle of this here, from the middle of the scales and bring it down here, what do we get? 1320. You see, 1320 BC is about halfway in this, because this is 2166 years. So 2130 is roughly half of it. You know what I mean? So the scepter, the hidden scepter is here. You see? So this is perfect in that sense. But what I want to show the eye is this. Family. This is perfect. Right. Okay. As I showed you, the Earth tilt. I don't know if you know, the Earth axis is 23.5 degrees tilted on its axis. So where it is going on that obliquity of the ecliptic, it is 23.5 degrees on its axis, right? Well, just to prove that this mathematics is perfect, is these are the heliacal rising of Sirius years, and these are the cusps, right? These are the datings of the cusp on the left-hand side. This is the dating of the heliacal rising of Sirius. So what I've done relative to the dating of the cusp to the heliacal rising of Sirius, I have measured, I've taken, I've taken the value, like 1320, take away 11,541 when there was a heliacal rising of Sirius, gives us 1,689 years. Divided by 72.2 gives us 23.45 degrees. There's the tilt of the Earth. Perfect. You see? So we're cross-checking it in different ways, Russ. You see? This is so, and then so the last heliacal rising before 26,000 was 24,681. If we add 1,460 to it, it gives us 26,141. Well, they done that temple. They dedicated that temple at Edfu when the Romans rebuilt the temple. When the Greeks rebuilt the temple at Edfu, when they inaugurated the Serapis cult. This is the head of the Serapis cult when they dedicated this temple, because as I showed you before, this is out of range, and they've tried to make their Christ. This is the Antichrist. This is actually the Antichrist. This is the value of the Antichrist. Here he is. So the Greeks built the Antichrist, and his name is Jesus Christ. I tell you. And this is where he was born, right here. Not where he was born, but that's where he was. That is where he was expected, right? That's why the Greeks took over Egypt at that time, because they know this mathematics. They're viziers, they're kings. Always have astronomer priests who understand this stuff, like Manetho, right? Like Manetho understood this stuff. Now, let me just show you another thing about Manetho, right? Let me show you something about Manetho. How perfect it is again. This mathematics. Manetho said in 300 BC, he said that the Ethiopian kings, the kings of Egypt, they were 17,000 years before him, right? They went and all the Western all the Western great people who they're supposed to be, these professors, they say, oh, Manetho, he was making it up. These are all legendary kings. It's a load of bollocks. Excuse my language. This all, it's not true, right? Here, look, Manetho was born. He lived in 300 BC. He was the Ptolemies took over in 300 BC. He was their astronomer priest who they'd got to work for him, right? For them, right? And he said in 300 BC that the Egyptian kings went back 17,000 years. Here, look, 17,309 years. See it there? 17,309 years. Now, where is 17? This is the heliacal. This is not the heliacal rising. This is the birthing. This is the one that gives birth. This is the one giving birth. This is the one getting pregnant, right? This is the one seeding the earth. 17,309, the kingship, right? The king is the one who breeds the earth, right? 17,309. Okay, so let's see, where is 17,309? Did that just jump on? Where is 17,309 on our chart? $17,309 in the chart. Here it is. Look, Isis Scorpio, right? There she is, giving birth, Here's the king. Here's a getting impregnated by the king. 17,309. You see? So this is perfect family. Perfect. This is the science that we've lost. And I'm going to finish it off now, but I'm going to give you a gem. Just to finish it off, I'm going to give you a gem. So we've dealt with the fourth part of Israel. So you know what the fourth part of Israel is. It's a quarter of 26,000, which gives you 6,500, which puts the Bible into sense. And if you remember, Lazarus, when you asked me to show you the numbers about you gave me a number. I can't remember the number you gave me, but then I showed you about the numbers of Enoch and all the long periods of time of the in the Bible, that they live for 900 years and blah. And when you add them all up, you're just dealing with pure age science. 4,000 years it comes to. You know what I mean? Like 4,000 and odd years. Like our man said there that Adam is dated to 4,004 years. Well, he's not actually. Because he'd have to be dated to 4,320. The reason it'd have to be dated to 4,320 is because each age generally takes 2,160 years, right? And you need two ages. Like if you was to start at Neath, Virgo, for her to give birth, you can't just start there and start measuring for her to give birth. You have to start here. It's a double age. You need 4,320 years because it's like anything. If you're doing any measurement of any distance, you won't know it's correct until you do the next one, where you get the repeated numbers. So 4,320 is that. And I just want to show you before I go on to that, what was I going to show you? I'm going to give you a gem. I'm going to close with a gem, but I just want to show you. I just want to show you this. Oh, right. I just want to show you this. I did want to show you that. Male and female, he created them. I did want to go into this actually, but I was going to start with that, but I didn't get into it. What I wanted to show you is the kings list of the Sumerians. Let me just show you the Sumerian kings list. Oh right. Well, I'll just do a little bit on the Sumerians. This is on the Sumerians. This is just to show you that they're the blackheads, right? There it is. Look, after an Enki and Ninhursag had fashioned the black-headed people, vegetation luxuriated from the earth. Animals, four-legged creatures on the plain were brought artfully into existence. Here, then, blackheads seem to be juxtaposed with plants and animals, as if the word referred to mankind as a whole, right? So that's, I just wanted to show the item that this is in the royal cities of Sumer. This is where the idea of Abraham is coming from, this region, Ur in Mesopotamia. Ur was a city-state as it was Kish. Ur was a city-state of Sumer, and it was founded by Nimrod. Nimrod is 3,800 BC in the Ethiopian king list. So so this is look, chosen people. Here, look, there's no doubt that Sumerians consider themselves a kind of chosen people. Who thinks they're the chosen people? Not the Jews who try to claim they come from these black people. You know what I mean? The lying people, them, right? And I'll just show you a little bit more. I want to show you the kings list. Because this is very important as well, the kings list. Let me shut that. The kings list, Ethiopian, Sumerian kings list. Right. Pure age science here. Now this is where the Western people get messed up again, right? As I told you, you need 2 years to you need 2 years to 2 ages of 2,160 years to be able to know that you're on the right path. Look, in Bati Pyramid, it reigned 43,200 years, right? Which is 4,320 years to a magnitude of 10, right? These three kings reigned 108,000 years, 108. We know what 108 is, the 108 breaths, the 108, because 400, it takes 430 years to begin to change from one age to the other, right? And if you allow for the like on the obliquity of the ecliptic, you allow a couple of years, a year either side as a parent thesis, you've got 432. So 432 years to the power of, to a magnitude of 10. We've got 432 years. Where does that come from? You'll see from Ezekiel, he says that Israel, for the iniquity of Israel, he laid on his side 390 days, one day representative 1 year. And then for the iniquity of Judah, he laid on his side for another 40 days. So we've got 430 days. Here it is. Because you're with this thing, with this age science, there's always 2 days. There's always 2 days parent thesis. The reason there's 2 days parent thesis is because there's another thing called the what's that called? There's a thing that, like, it's solar years, 8 solar years. After 8 solar years, the moon will come back to the place and repeat its cycle. Like whatever happened in over 8 years, the state of the moon and the stars and everything in being in a certain place. After 8 years, it will come back to be exactly in that certain place. It will come back to exactly that month and day and time within 2 days. It's always within 2 days, like the heliacal rising of Sirius. It doesn't. You have to wait for the River Nile to flood to know when it actually is occurring, but it will happen within 2 days. Every 1,460 years, it will happen within 2 days of His Majesty's birthday. It will either happen on His Majesty's birthday or 2 days either side of it. It always happens within 2 days. Like it's just a scientific, it's just a scientific reality. So this is so here we see these numbers. Look, 43,200, 108,000, 108,000 years, which is obviously a magnitude of 108, right? And 108, half of 108 is 54. You'll see when they do the buildings in Egypt and all of that, they've always got 54 columns and all of that because they're dealing with this science. And also the circumference of the earth, the pyramids in Egypt are built of a ratio of 1 to 43,200. Here it is. The ratio of those pyramids in Egypt are 1 to 43,200. It's 1 meter perhaps for 43,200 will give you that's the ratio of the earth where the pyramids are built to scale. So this is pure age science. And then we were talking about 21,630 years, and I showed you the 630 years missing, didn't I? 635 years when we did the divided it by 5, right? Here, so it was 630 years. If we add 21,000 and the 630 years, we've got that same number, you see? So that there's 630 years out is because they're not actually got it bang on. There's something, there's something missing, but it's still 630 years is how many degrees is that? Say 6 sevens or 42s. 9. It's about 9 degrees out, right? This is about 9 degrees out. 630 years. 9 sevens are 63. So it's just like it's roughly like 9 degrees out, 8.5 degrees out, over this period. So yeah, like so it's pure age science. And then so when they're doing these measurements and these people are measuring it, oh look, this one, look, 720 years. What's 3 720s? Multiply 720 by 3, you get 2,160. The length of an age, you see. And this Etana, this is another thing. You see in this King Etana, he's if you look in the king list, he's actually 2,400 BC, again around the time of the changing from the age, from one age to the other when it begins. As we said, it was 2,455. They've got this brother here at 2,400. What's the significance of him? Well, if you put an S in front of that T, right, after the T, like ETS, you got Ezana, right? So that because it's the beginning of a reign. And like Izana, King Izana, his name wasn't Izana, that's a title. His name was Abriha Atsiba, right? And when you see Atsi, we're seeing actually she, because that is the word. You see, like when you're going to spell in the Yoruba language, if you put TS, you don't pronounce it T, like you see, we don't say it's TS and we call it Z. It's actually sh. So this is Ishana. And Izana, we call him Izana, but if you was to put it into the Yoruba language, it would be Ishana, because TS is sh. And when I was showing the idea the other day about the kings of Orit, they've got Orit in their name, Oritsemone, right? Which we would say Oritson or Oritsimone. We would say perhaps if we said it in English, they don't say Oritsimone, they say Orishimoni. You see, Orishimoni, we're dealing with the Orishas. You see? So Russ, this is one, this is just one beautiful science, and we've got it licked, we've got it licked, King. And let me just I'm gonna finish off with this one, King. I'm gonna finish off with this gem, right? I'll show you this. What page is it? Page 107. This is the original book that I wrote, you know, like this book here. Like now I'm putting it into, this is when I wrote it originally. This is where I wrote it originally, like, but I'm putting it into a different format. This is over 300, this is nearly 400 pages, this book. Right. Okay. Now, in ancient Kemet, they were looking to find the bark of millions of years, the bark of Ra, the bark of the sun for millions of years, right? As I told you, the 787, which I got was from 2,363 divided by 3. The 11 months of the Shabaka calendar is 300 and 2,363 years gives you 2,593 if you times it by 11. Do you want me to do it on the thing just to show you? Let me just do it on the thing because it just, let me just, right, cancel. 2,363 times 11 is 25,993. So we've got 236. So the number we're dealing with is the 2363, right? Cancel that. 2,363 divided by 3 equals 787, right? 787.666666, right? But it's because you just put that down to 0.6, but 787. So that is where, that was the footsteps of Abraham, what I showed the item on the mountain, right? So let's now do it from His Majesty's, when he made the Ethiopian church, autocephalous, right? So we're going to go back from 1950. It's actually 1952. That you know, it's 1951, 1952. Like on the cusp, he made it autocephalous. That is when it was completed, right? But if we go back from 1951, if we did it from 1952, it wouldn't make no difference. But if we go back from 1951 and we minus 787 years, it takes us to 1164 years. This takes us back to the age of King Lalibela when he built Lalibela. This is it. This is the period, right? He actually ruled, I think, from 1167 to 1202, right? Then if we take 787 off of there, it takes us to 377. We're going back steps, right? This is His Majesty's value, right? The 787, using the Shabaka stone value, which is the 2363, the 11 rib zodiac. So we've gone from 1164 Lalibela, take 787 off of there, that takes us to 377. What does that take us to? That takes us to within like what's it, 40 years of the 40, you know, say 50 years of the Council of Nicaea. If we go back 787 from there, it takes us to 410 BC. That's just prior to the Greeks invaded Egypt. Go back 787, it takes us to 1197 BC. If we go back, I can't think what is there's a specific oh right, that's just before the Eliacal rising of Sirius, which is 11, which is about 11320. So like another couple of 100 years from that. No, not even 100 and something years, 103 years from that, right? Then if we take another 787 from there, it takes us to 1984. What's 1984? That takes us to when the beginning of the posterity of Joktan, right? And if we take 787 from there, it takes us to 2771. What is 2771? Well, that takes us to the Sirius table where the impregnation is 2769. That's the impregnation of the earth, right? So that's 6 linear steps back from His Majesty's birth, from His Majesty's autocephalous church, and that takes us back to this, right. Oh, that's tied to the step complex. So the 7th step now is 7 to the power of 7, right? Because the 7th step, we're talking about 7 steps. So the 6th step gives us 19,397. That's the 6th step. So now we're going to multiply 7 to the power of 7 of that number, and it times 4 quarters, right? Let's see. Let me do it. Right. So we've got, let's do the calculator. I'll show you. Let me show you. Right. So we've got 19,000 397 times 7. We're doing it to the power of 7, right? Times 7. That's 2. Times 7. That's 3. Times 7. That's 4. Times 7. That's 5. Times 7. That's 6. Times 7. That's 7. Right? Now, that's 7. Times 4, because there's 4 quarters in the earth. This is 1 quarter of Israel, right? Times 4 is 63,809. 63 trillion 897,000,000 and 54,284. So now, but because we know from the Bible that this is a formula, by the way. A day of the Lord is 1,000 years. So let's divide it by 1,000. This is the formula. 63,897,054 years. That is the 64 million years. Look, it is only like a couple of thousand years off of 64 million years, right? And that is when the dinosaurs were extinct from the earth. So we have found the bark of millions of years. Amen. I'll leave that with you, family. That is a bombshell. That is an atom bomb. We can blow up the world with that. Rastafari.
Amen. Amen. Yes, sir. Powerful, powerful. Gave some powerful keys that will help research, and as he spoke, we see that the language of astrology, the language of the science of the earth.
Yes.
In the scriptures. Now,
that's right.
Forget your language. How are you to read the scripture? So we give thanks for the reason in our cipher.
Yes, King, give thanks. And that's when I say to ones, like this paradigm, we need to put, and I think you can say it's perfect, right, Russ? Can you agree with that? We've demonstrated perfection in the mathematics.
Mathematics don't lie.
They don't lie. That's right. And can I just want to say one more thing. I was going to finish it there, but it's just so important. I don't know who else is on the call, but as we just say, mathematics don't lie. I just want to show the eyes something, right? I want to show the eyes something because this is just showing you how this is the problem with this biblical what they call textual analysis, right? Right. Yeah. Right. Now this goes to Genesis, right? Genesis 5 2. It says, male and female, he created them and blessed them and called their name Adam in the day they were created. So this is just now. I'm just going to go through this quickly, but this is um as I say, this is their analysis of it, right? This is their analysis of the thing. Right, look, meaning and commentary. This is somebody who now is taking this. This is what they're doing. This is from a Bible commentary, right? It says Adam and Eve, the one male and the other female, but one male and one female, to show that one man and one woman only were to be joined together in marriage. Hear this, and live as man and wife for the protection of posterity. And these were not made together, but first the male and then the female out of him. Right, that's the rib. Though both in one day, and blessed them with a power of propagating their species and multiplying it, and with all other blessings of nature and providence, with an habitation in the Garden of Eden, with leave to eat of the fruit of all the trees in it, but one, not the tree of knowledge, with subjection of all the creatures to them, and with communion with God in their enjoyment, and called their name Adam in the day they were created, as Philo observes, signifies the earth, and according to Josephus, red earth, out of which Adam was made. And as soon as he was made, this name was imposed upon him by God, to put him in mind of his original, that he was of the earth, earthly, and the same name was given to Eve because made out of him, and because other marriage with him and union with him, on that account, as ever since man and wife bear the same name. Wherefore I should rather think the name was given them from their junction and their union together in love. So the name may be derived from the Arabic word signifying to join, though some think they had it from their beauty and elegance of their form, being the most fair, right, and beautiful of the whole creation. You know, fair is white, you know. The name of Adam and Eve is Sanchoniatho, as translated in Greek by Philo Biblius. And Biblius, what made the Bible? Right, so Greek are Protojonos, the firstborn, and Aeon. Now, the firstborn and Aeon is an age, right? Which has some likeness to Eve. The name of the first man with the Chinese is Puon Kus, right? Russ, what a load of crap that is, right? Imagine out of that one line, they've written all that stuff, when in fact, when God created man and woman and named them in the day they were born, here they are. A male on a Friday is bought his coffee. On a woman is Afua. On Saturday it's Kwame or Kwamen, and Ama. On Sunday it's Kwesi or Esi. Monday is Kojo or Adjua. Tuesday is Kwabina Abna. Wednesday is Kweku Ekwa. Thursday is Yao or Ya. Right? These are the things. Because these days, if we look into this, where do these days come from? These are the names of the Norse gods. You see? So these are our gods who were named in the day in which they were born. African people. You know, and how did they get from that, all that rubbish written there from that? You understand, Russ? It's a joke. You know, this is the weakness and inadequacy of textual analysis. You know, because you can make up any old crap you want and make it sound like something's going on. You know what I mean, Russ? But this is the reality. God created man and woman and named them in the day they were born, because this is, you know, the land of Judah, by the way. You know, the land of Judah. I don't know, you've probably seen these maps, right? The kingdom of Judah. Here it is. Look where the kingdom of Judah is. It's not getting bigger. Right? Look, Gold Coast, Slave Coast. This is Ghana. This is Benin. Right? This is Nigeria. What they call Nigeria today. This is Benin. What they call today. This is Ghana. Right? Well, Benin is where the Obatalu come from. The Oba Kings. You know, this is where all these things are. And also, Russ, I must show you this. I must show you this. Is that this is the River Benin, and these are all the rivers. This is Nigeria. This is the River Benin, and these are all the tributaries of the rivers in Nigeria, in what they call the Benin. You know, in the what they call it, the Benin. What is it when you got a mouth of a river? The Benin. I can't remember what they call it. But look at it. You know what I mean, Russ? This is what they're talking about. I don't think they're actually just talking about. I don't think they're just talking about uh Ethiopia itself, you know, when they're talking about the rivers of Ethiopia. I think they're talking about here, especially as Judah is there. You see? This is Ishakiri country. Again, look, you see this TS? Ishakiri. That's pronounced not Itzakiri, it's called Ishakiri. You know? This is my dad's people, you know. This is my dad's granddad ruled this area. All of this was his domain. You know? So these are the rivers of Ethiopia, and when you read in the scripture beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, I'm sure that this is it, you know. I'm pretty sure. But anyway, Russ, that is the end of what I have to say today, and I hope the item have really, get some edification and some food, for thought.
Yes, sir. Knowledge is always food for thought. Give thought.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, yeah. Yes, King. Well, I give thanks, and I give thanks for the patience and everybody's, you know, and I'm just glad that I was able to actually deliver it.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's the strength of my book, Russ. That's why I'm working so hard to finish the book right now, because this is the level of knowledge what we're dealing with, and I think it's so important that I don't get distracted in anything, because I must get it out to the world.
Yes, and this is the beginning, because I know there's a lot of people that listen and will listen, and they'll be saying, I need to get that site. I need to get the keys that he's speaking of. And as they look at the video, they'll be able to say, oh, he's selling the book. And so this is just the beginning of giving an informative discussion and showing that the information documented is 100 and definitely usable mathematics and science. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, King. Yes. Well, I just yeah, man, it's usable, but Russ, but maybe the eye will be instrumental in finding some economic, economists who can actually grasp the paradigm, Russ, and use because that's why His Majesty built Ethiopia so fast. After the Second World War, he built Ethiopia faster than any other nation, and they had all the Western money to build up their nations and all of that, and Western influence, and His Majesty just done it by himself, with this knowledge, because this is what he used to do at Deborah's Each, you know. And and I must tell the eye this, Russ, when I was starting on this journey, it was in 1996 when I began. I didn't have any of this knowledge, none. And I inherited a library from one of my uncles in Jamaica. In fact, he's not even my uncle. He's my uncle who's married. My uncle married through marriage, married to my auntie. Her husband, brother, lived here in England, and he was one of the cleverest brothers who come out of Jamaica, and he used to work in the British Museum. And he when he died, I inherited his library. His brother gave me his library because he couldn't take it back to America. But he worked in the British Museum, but he was a Black Power man, you know. So all of his knowledge, all of his books were high class books, you know, like high knowledge books, professor books, books from professors and that, because he worked in the British Library. He was a real boffin, you know, real clever brother. Well, I inherited his library. Well, when I inherited it, Russ, I used to have to start reading it with a dictionary. I couldn't read it. You know what I mean? I couldn't read it. I had to learn the words, big words, and what they meant because I just had a basic education, you know. And I started reading his book with reading his books with a dictionary, and I thought, will I ever be able to evaluate what's being said here? You know what I mean? Where where you want to evaluate and put your own intelligence onto it. I thought, would I ever be able to do that? You know, because I was so struggling, you know. Anyway, eventually it came around. Well, anyway, that was in 1996, 1997. No, the end of 1996, and then come Easter 1997, I started. I saw there was a program on the television, and there was a brother on there called Darkest How. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where he has the Rasta bridging them on with Pankhurst. Richard Pankhurst was on there, and Rasta people in the audience, and he had a Rasta sitting in the chair named Rashanga. He's a Trinidadian brother. And the guy doing the interview was his brethren, another Trinidadian, but he was saying he's Haile Selassie, you know, is Rastafari a credible religion? And he was a very dominant and arrogant brother, this Darkest How his name is. He's dead now. Anyway, he mashed up Rashanga on there. Rashanga couldn't handle him, you know, and I thought, what? I was so mad, you know. But I couldn't have done better. I didn't know better, but I thought I could have done better than him. You know what I mean? I didn't have any knowledge really, but I thought I could have done better than him. He let him mash him up. What? He made it Rastafari sound like it was some fool thing, you know? And from that, I was so angry. I said, you know what? I'm going to find out what Emperor Haile Selassie has got to do with Jesus Christ. So that became my mission. And now I've got a library, right, of Black history. Because I've got a Black history library. I've got I've got books of scriptures. I've got volumes of scriptures by Charlesworth, you know, 2 volumes of scriptures what are not in the Bible, you know. And I've got the New Testament, this, and like the brother used to research history, Black history and religion. And so anyway, I started searching for His Majesty and all of that. Anyway, from the time and then on the 1st of August, on Black Liberation Day, right, I went on a journey to Cornwall where a slave ship went down. And you know, there was like a journey from London, all like enough people, a couple of coach loads of us went from London to this place up in Cornwall, where to the rock where the ship was sunk with slaves on it, you know. And anyway, when I was on that journey now, I met a brother from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, a deacon in the church. And I'd learned also, I didn't know nothing about the church. I didn't know Emperor Haile Selassie was the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. I was just one rough, just a ragamuffin Rasta youth. You know what I mean? I weren't no knowledgeable youth, But I mean, I'd been a Rasta for probably 10, 12 years at them times there. But I was just a Rasta with locks, and I didn't really, was a rough kind of different, I was a sort of gangster kind of Rasta. So yeah. So anyway, I got this. I went on that journey, but I found out that His Majesty was the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. I'm saying what, Anyway, when I got on this journey, there was this Ethiopian Orthodox deacon there. So he told me about the church. Well, I was there the following Sunday. I was there, brethren. Must have been like the 1st of August was the date of the Black Liberation Day, and it was so like maybe like in the 6th, 7th of Jan, 6th or 7th or so of August, I was there at the church waiting at the door for them to turn up, man. And I couldn't believe it, all the pretty colours and all that they were. Anyway, 2-2s, Russ. I'm asked, oh, what about Haile Selassie? What? And they're starting burning out Haile Selassie. What? Haile Selassie? He's only just a king. He's nothing. What? You know? I'm saying, what? You know? Well, I loved His Majesty, even though I weren't in the church or nothing. I loved His Majesty, you know? And I couldn't believe how they were going on. Anyway, on the 27th, so it was August I started there. Come Christmas time now, 27th of, on the 27th of December, I had a vision of His Majesty. And he said to me, he was wearing a white, robe, and he was standing there in a white robe, and he showed me a caravan. You know what you draw behind a car? You know what you call it? I don't know what you call them in America. We call it a caravan here. You know, you draw it behind your car like a house that you live behind your car. You can drop it on your car and tow it along. And he showed me one of them, and on the front of it was a cross in white carnation flowers with a red horn. I don't know if you've seen my emblem that I've got on that shield that I've got, you know, Cypher Selassie with it on it. And there's a horn, there's a cross with a horn on it. He showed me that cross with a horn. And it was made out of red carnation flowers, and the cross was made out of white carnation flowers. And he said to me, I tried to tell them. He said to me, tell them. And that was it, you know. He told me like that he told me that he tried to tell them, and I should tell them that he's the horn of salvation. Well, I didn't know what it meant. But then I started to look in the Bible. What can that mean? What can that be? And I see about the horn of salvation. Well, that's Hannah's prayer, what you see Russ Hamdi always talking about. You know? I didn't know what it was, Russ. Anyway, that was that. So now I'm on the mission now, and one, I'm trying to find out everything about Majesty and what he's got to do with Jesus Christ. But he told me now that he's the horn of salvation. And if you ever listen to my music, all my music is always on about the horn of salvation. I talk about the horn of salvation. You know, I made music about it. And anyway, that was that. Then he came to me in another vision, right? And he said to me, and I'd been having a conversation with my dad. And I was driving in the car, and I was saying to him about when I read the Bible and I read about the children of Israel with their cows going to move into Israel, and they're moving with them cows. I said, it reminds me of the Maasai. You know, I said, like the Maasai, this Maasai, I'm sure it is, you know. And my dad was very, you know, encouraging me. My dad was the chairman of the African Council of Churches, you know. So my dad used to encourage me, you know. He said, oh, more power to your elbow, you know. And I used to do a little bit, started doing research and all that. And I was saying to my dad about, I see the people, the Israel being the Maasai people, moving with their cattle. Anyway, next thing, I have a dream of His Majesty. And I'm telling His Majesty the same thing. And His Majesty said to me, Jesus Christ was a Jebusite. And I said, yeah, but what about the children of Israel? He said, Jesus Christ was a Jebusite. He told me tough, like strong, you know. Jesus Christ was a Jebusite. Like, who are you questioning? Like, I told you Jesus Christ was a Jebusite. Well, I never knew nothing about the Jebusites. I couldn't, you know, I used to look in the Bible, where's the Jebusites and what does it mean? And couldn't find nothing apart from that David overthrew the Jebusites when he went took Jerusalem. That's all I ever could see in the Bible until now. Like, and then about a few years ago, boom, I just, you know, when all this knowledge really tuned into me, you know, then I knew about the Jebusites. And like and you're teaching now with Balaam, you know, we know who the Jebusites are now. You know what I mean, Russ? But I just had to tell you that, you know. So yeah, that's so that That is the glory of His Majesty, man. He gives me some. He comes to see me quite regularly, Russ. You know. Yes, I give thanks. Yeah, family.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks, brother. It's
Yes,
great.
King.
The word sound and just how you kind of go through the story is very inspiring. You know, as a young roster going through, you know, my own trial and learning this journey for myself, my own heart. You know what I mean? So yes, sir. Give thanks.
Well, His Majesty will bless the Eye King. I'll tell you, because it's not, when once you tune into this intelligence, like how the prayer says in the book, when you accept Him to be your brain, He'll give you much joy and happiness. Yes, King. So just keep the faith, and stay strong and learn as much as the eye can, because I don't know what the eye's gift is, but His Majesty gives each and every one of us a gift because we're all part of His body.
Yes, sir.
Yes, King. Yes, sir.
Give thanks highly. And the book, I know you're working to have it finished, but waiting to be able to get it. So yes, sir.
Yes, King. Well, I'm working hard to finish it, because it's so needed and it's so powerful. Yeah. So I'm working. Hopefully I'll have it done very soon. But it's a whole heap of work still, because it's so like that little book that I showed you is over nearly 400 pages, and I'm whittling it down. I'm making it in such a much bigger book. Bigger, when I say bigger size. That was a small sort of A5 book, and now I've got it into an A4 book. You know, but I've still had to start from the beginning, and I've been writing it over years, Russ. I've changed it. The more I learn, and I think, oh, I must put that in there. Well, then when you put it in it somewhere, you must have a lead up to it. You must have a foundation and a basis for it.
Mm.
So, yeah, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you said something very important. When we look at the Ethiopian kings list, there is no David. There is no Solomon.
Well, there is a Solomon, Russ, but he's at he's at 324 AD.
AD.
3244 AD. But hear this. You remember I showed you the 787 steps, which opened the 787 steps, which opened the boat of million years. Well, from the closing of King Solomon, yeah, man, we found King Solomon. He's in there, man. 324. He's called Solomon Tahagui, right? From his closing of his reign to 2455 is 789 years. Is that 2 years difference? You look like you're dropping asleep, Russ.
Mathematics. That's the mathematics. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Well, anyway, make we seal up, Russ, because the eye looks like you need to sleep. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. It's 6:30 in the morning here, Russ. Yes. So shall I seal up with a prayer, or you want to seal up? Make Daniel seal up with a prayer, please.
Yes, sir, Daniel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We close it out. Sir, give thanks. Ross Cipher. Give thanks for the word son. Give thanks for the leadership in life with the works and everything. We give thanks in the Most High name. Abakadus, Kedamari, Kadamari, Haile Selassie, Sim, Exabel. We give thanks for love, life, light, liberation. For I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. I am that we are. And we give thanks and eyes us to be able to build and to be able to share these powerful word sounds and to be able to empower one another and the Most High and the King to be able to know living reality, which been hidden from us, which the goal was we wouldn't even know the name Ethiopia. So for us to have this great word, to have this great opportunity in our lives, for us to be able to share this type of faith and to be able to have this type of reality and this type of ancient sovereignty and antiquity in our lives. We give thanks and we're grateful to have a platform to share. We ask that all the ones with us tonight and the ones with us in the arts and our iris that we build up in ourselves and our families and our communities and in the world, that we may continue the works of His Majesty, His Imperial Majesty, Kadamawi Haile Selassie, and Empress Mene Asfa. We give thanks for father, mother, child, man, woman, child, for the Trinity in our lives, for being a part of our ration, to being part of the process of the universe, the universe, as we grow within ourselves and learn these things in so many new ways, and for so many ways that just remind us of our DNA, remind us of what we already know, which was taken from us. And as we come into our ancient Ethiopian mindset and we assimilate this culture, one of the ones that need us, we ask that we're empowered and we able to keep our faith steadfast and to be able to let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable unto thy sight, O Ixabel, our strength and our redeemer. So we give thanks in the Most High name, Abakadus, Gidamari, Amawi, Haile Selassie, Sim Ixabel. Again, we'll be able to continue this, and we ask for strength, endurance, and just be to keep us in integrity and keep us faithful to your purpose in our lives, Most High, and to remove our ego and remove things that is not for us in our lives, so we may get the goal accomplished to do the things we need to do to share and spread this great word. So we give thanks again. Most High name, Abakadus, Gidamari, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie, Sim Ixabel, for love, life, light, liberation, for this life. In the Most High name, we pray, affirm, and meditate. Sila, Sila, Sila.
Sila. Giving thanks, Ross. Giving thanks.
Give thanks. Wow.
You gonna close out with the anthem? Or you have it?
Yeah. One moment.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us high, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once smote thee underneath. Children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I give thanks. I'm signing off now. Hallelujah.
Yes, sir. Hallelujah. Give thanks. Negotiate salam.
Negotiate salam.